and gentlemen, dear guests, welcome to the third day of the Asia-Pacific Ministerial Conference on Digital Inclusion, approaches to sharing these advances with the world and Asia-Pacific region specifically, discussing on how the challenges for implementing these technologies can be overcome, and generally focusing on the latest global technological trends. Our session today is titled AI for All, and this is the plenary session of today's event. And the subtopic is building generative nations together. So we will talk about AI and how AI can influence the development, economical, social development, inclusion, education, and etc. But before we begin, let me introduce our today's speakers. I am very happy that we're joined by Her Excellency Armida Salcia Alisjabana, Executive Secretary of UN ESCAP. We have First Deputy Minister of Digital Development, Innovations and Aerospace Industry of Kazakhstan, Mr. Kanish Tuleshin. We have Steve Nouri, Ideological Leader for the Forbes Technology Council and founder of AI for Diversity. I'm happy that we have Ayumi Moore Aoki, founder and CEO of Women in Tech Global and member of UNESCO's International Consultative Group of Experts for Closing the Gender Gap in Science. Further, we have Mr. Nicolas Adirak, co-founder of 01 EDU and 01 Talent. And last but not least, we have Arsen Tomsky, founder and CEO of InDrive. I would like to applaud all of the speakers and welcome them. Thank you. And now I would like to pass the microphone for the welcome address to Her Excellency Armida Salcia Alisjabana, Executive Secretary of UN ESCAP. Please.
Thank you very much. Very good morning to you all. If I may, I would like to first of all recognize the presence of the Excellency First Deputy Minister, as well as eminent colleagues here, eminent speakers, also moderators and distinguished delegates, again, colleagues and friends. It is indeed my pleasure to give this welcoming remarks to this panel discussion on a very topical issue on AI, as we yesterday successfully concluded the Asia-Pacific Ministerial or Digital Ministerial Conference with the adoption of the Astana Ministerial Declaration, as well as adoption of the report, and hence I think it's very appropriate that the topic of discussion today move forward to more on AI. So if the previous 2 days a little bit more on digital IT ICT, and now we move forward to the frontier on AI, which is, I think, is very appropriate, very timely. And as you can see, although digital AI, I think, is closely interlinked, but more and more now we also would like to see and harness the potentials of AI, especially on how to accelerate SDGs. So in that context, I would like to draw your attention, if I may, I just go directly to the 3 points that I would like to also share with all of you. The first point is that inclusion must be at the core of our digital future, including on the use of AI. An inclusive digital society needs enabling policy and regulatory environments that will allow developing countries to attract bigger shares of AI investment, which is currently concentrated in advance still, but I think soon is also moving towards developing countries, especially in our region, but now it's still concentrated in advanced AI countries of the region. We estimate that the SDGs with the highest potential for investment returns are poverty reduction, health education, renewable clean energy, and climate actions. So these are the areas of SDGs. I think we should closely look at on how AI would benefit these particular areas to accelerate the attainment of SDG. Second, there is a need for sharing governance, good practice on the safe, secure, and trustworthy use of AI. I think many of you, the more I think that has this knowledge on this particular topic, hopefully will be able to share on this particular topic with all of us. While governance models vary widely, a common immediate challenge is how to balance the need for data-driven AI that addresses real-world development challenges with the imperative to respect data privacy and promote responsible and human-centric use of AI. So that would be, the very focus that we need to balance also in developing, the good governance practice of AI on AI. And lastly, the third point is that we need to work together to bring this to reality. So this is about implementation. Recognizing these highly complex and rapidly evolving dynamics, no country or individual alone can leverage AI for social good. It is encouraging, therefore, that this year, 2 landmark GA resolutions already passed. One is on safe, secure, and trustworthy AI. Another one on AI capacity building, which again, these 2 GA resolutions are already complemented each other. Building on this global consensus, we now need large-scale, well-funded research that intersects across innovation and human sciences. We need to identify sustainable AI business models involving government policymakers, private sector operators, and civil society to accelerate the achievement of SDGs. Such research should be centered on developmental values and norms, placing human dignity principles and the protection, promotion of human rights at its core. In the Astana Ministerial Declaration that was adopted yesterday, countries committed to international and multilateral cooperation, recognizing the importance of digital cooperation, and hence also actually implicitly AI through various regional networks, which includes our Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway Initiatives, or the so-called APIS. They also welcome further consideration of the proposal of the government of Kazakhstan of a Digital Solution Center for Sustainable Development under ESCAP auspices. Again, because although the name is Digital Solution, but I think going forward it will also encompass or include AI. Going forward, we will remain steadfast in our commitment to promote digital innovation solution, enhance digital trust inclusion, including AI, as countries have requested from the Secretariat. And we will certainly work with our member state and all stakeholders to obtain this endeavor. Again, looking forward to a rich and engaging as well as fruitful discussion that will ensue. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, thank you very much, and I congratulate you and all ESCAP members on signing the declaration yesterday. And it is great that AI is explicitly included in the declaration, and I think the subject of our panel today would pick up on the development of that declaration. And now let me turn the microphone for the welcome address to First Deputy Minister of Digital Development, Innovation, and Aerospace Industry of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Mr. Kanish Tleshin, please.
Dear guests, it is my pleasure to welcome today's participants of this very interesting panel session, AI for All, Building Generative Nation Together, on behalf of our ministry. And unfortunately, our minister couldn't come today as he was invited by the urgent meeting in the government. So I would like, taking this opportunity, I would like to say special thanks to ESCAP, Ms. Ali Jabana and her team for giving this unique opportunity to host world experts here in Kazakhstan and for sharing and bringing this valuable expertise and cases of the digital transformation. Thank you so much. And we believe that today's friendly dialogue will intensify all our activities and bring new solutions for the prosperous decisions. So being the largest and one of the fast-growing economies in Central Asia, we pay special attention to improve our new initiatives in digital transformation in all strategically important spheres. No doubt that the world is rapidly moving towards digital transformation, and the artificial intelligence will be the key driver. Kazakhstan, striving for innovative leadership, must comply with these global trends. Therefore, this year, recently, we developed and adopted a concept for AI for the upcoming 5 years that will have like 4 or 5 main directions, which are, first one is AI infrastructure, it's human capital development, it's startup community building, it's regulation, and right now we are already working on the law in AI. And additionally, we are launching a nationwide AI movement, which is called Generative Nation KZ. And we actually plan to carry out a massive information campaign through mass media, social networks, events, and interaction with the region's traditional education system. That includes developing special programs to engage and attract talents in AI specialties, startups, and research activities. In this way, creating the National Center for AI is aimed at accelerating the development of the AI industry, increasing the country's competitiveness and creating new solutions and new opportunities for citizens. This center will become the driving force in the development of artificial intelligence and contributing to the transformation of the economic and society through attracting talents and training AI specialists, supporting startups, and implementing research projects. And this center will bring this AI for all approach, the topic of today's panel session. So basically by providing training programs for kids in schools, students in universities, researchers, profound software developers, and bringing different AI solutions for all industries, for all sectors of economy. That's why we are having this approach of AI for all. And on the basis of the center, advanced world practices will be introduced. And we are right now partnering with all big tech companies and leaders in this industry. Also, I think it's very important to note that we're actively engaged in building a robust artificial intelligence infrastructure by attracting major companies to participate in data center and supercomputer projects in Kazakhstan. And I think this infrastructure will empower our scientists, startups, and researchers and entrepreneurs by providing them with access to the cutting-edge computing power. Along with data sets that we are right now developing in different sectors of economy, together with LLM that is also under development right now, and supercomputer power will be provided through one window AI platform, which is based on the examples of well-known AI platforms like Google Cloud, Microsoft Azure, This all will be available for citizens of Kazakhstan, developers, talents from all over the world, and they are all invited to join this journey. Taking into account the global economic trend, it is necessary to ensure sustainable growth and transition to a digital economy where the development and implementation of the artificial intelligence technologies play a key role. This will not only increase labor productivity and the quality of decisions made, but also significantly improve the quality of institutions, which are important factors for sustainable economic growth and achievement of set goals. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I am sure that AI in digitalization will continue to play an important role in the development of social economic cooperation between Kazakhstan and our foreign countries. We invite the speakers and the audience to take active participation in this work of the AA panel. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tleshin. I really like the fact that the creation of this AI center in Kazakhstan is based on this AI for all approach, and that that Kazakhstan is not just covering all of Kazakhstan with different levels of population, but also is opening up to international best practices and willing to share the international best practices and local accomplishments with the world. So this is becoming a truly global idea, highlighting the tagline AI for all. And that is great. So speaking of global technology companies, I'm very happy that we have the founder and CEO of InDrive here with us, Mr. Arsen Tomsky. Arsen, your company is growing fast. Almost on a weekly basis, I'm reading the news of InDrive opening in a new country. So this is a very fast global expansion with new cities are being covered. But what, and I said this before, what I really appreciate about InDrive is the mission to fight inequality. And I would like you to talk about the experience specifically in Asia-Pacific region and the plans that InDrive has in this region, and what role is technology such as AI has in these plans. Please, Arsen.
Good morning. It's so good to be here. Thank you so much. Yes, we work in 10 countries in the APAC, and we give fair and valuable service for millions of people there. And beyond that, we also run many not business initiatives. For example, this year we are going to hold film festival there in Jakarta city in Indonesia. Last year we held it in Kazakhstan. Also, soon I hope we will launch Mom's House. Guys, who knows this initiative? Кто знает инициативу «Дом мамы»? Поднимите руку, да? Вот. We are going to launch this soon in Kuala Lumpur city. So cool, yes? Let's applause. Yeah. And if we talk about AI, of course we use it. For example, we use this when we dispatch, or we it allows to don't let use the service by bad people. And in this case, it's just not to make people's life better. Also, it allows to save their lives. It's so cool. But let me share you not cases when we use this in the main business. As you see and as you know, I stutter. I stutter all my life. And maybe I'm the most successful person who still stutter. And this is important, important for me. And more than 2 years ago, I initiated AI startup. When we use the fact, when people who stutter start to speak very quietly, they don't stutter, or they stutter less. Если вы начинаете говорить очень тихо, то вы не заикаетесь. Yeah. When you use this, we change it. So you can speak in this way, or you can start to sing. If you sing, you don't stutter too. Yeah. And you, when you have Zoom call, you can start to sing, for example, and we change it to normalized speech. So cool. And you can have very serious call, and you can start to sing. And 2 days ago, we got new release of it, and it sounds very good. And I hope in next 2-4 years I will be able to deliver this technology to millions of people and to help them with this. So AI is absolutely stunning thing, and this is one small case how we can use it to make people's life much better. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Arsen, and congratulations on the expansion, but also congratulations on launching the AI startup.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
That will help a lot of people in the world.
And I should go. Sorry, I should go.
Thank you. Thank you, Arsen. And speaking of benefits of AI for global society and nations, including nations in the Asia-Pacific region, there's obviously should be a focus on diversity and inclusion. And I would like to turn to Steve Nuri, who is the founder of AI for Diversity, with this question. What are the benefits of AI for global society and the nations, and what nations should do to embrace this new trend with focus on diversity and inclusion? Please, Steve. I have to push the button.
All right, here we go. We all need to learn how to use new technologies, and hopefully with this current trend of AI and generative AI tools that are coming very fast from everywhere, we all can be equipped with the right help and I guess support to be able to stay up to date with this current trends. Very briefly, I know everybody here has used generative AI, but I would like to just see if how many of you used ChatGPT so far? Just very quick hands up. All right, so it seems like 80, 90%. How come like 10% hasn't used this? This is a good question to ask. But I would like to just jump into what are the major useful outcomes of these technologies that are being rolled out. Definitely not just chatting with a platform that will sometimes help you writing your emails, or maybe you would like to communicate with friends without putting any effort. It is much deeper than that, as you all know. The two major use cases that I'm very excited about, and I'm 100% sure that are aligned with what all of us are here, are the use cases in healthcare and education. They are 100% aligned with the UN global goals, and pretty much I think they would be overarching over all of them, contributing to having a better healthcare, those in poverty, not having access to education. All of them will be impacted by the new generative AI trends and tools that are coming out. But the problem here is that everything is happening too fast. And many of us might not have the same access and opportunity. Think about it, if they change the temperature of this room 1 degree every hour, we're going to figure out how to deal with that. We're going to survive for a long time, and we're going to figure out how to protect ourselves. What if they do it 10 degrees every second? What if they do it 100 degrees every second? That's going to be a little bit tough. That is unfortunately or fortunately happening with this exponential change in the technology. Nations need to be very resilient, understand how to deal with this quick change that would not leave anybody behind. It's more than just the gender diversity. It's about gender diversity, age diversity, and people with different cultural, educational, and also economic background. Many of them, specifically those underrepresented groups, are going to further lose in this environment. And that's where we all need to be conscious that short-term plans, very quick short-term plans, need to bring them on board to be able to leverage these new AI tools. Not necessarily build them, but making sure 100% they're being able to leverage it for their life, for their projects, whatever economic gain they might get out of it. In the long term, there's another good or bad news. Generative AI is going to replace many of the knowledge workers, the ones with the suit. I'm hoping that I would be out of job and going to the beach and enjoy my life very soon. But until then, we are here. We need to understand how it will impact our economies and people that are working and will be out of job. Previous industrial revolutions impacted many of the workers as well, but not the knowledge workers. There is a little bit of, I guess, the problem of diversity in the tech right now that we are all noticing. I'm very happy that very good representation of genders are here in this room. But when the disruption going to happen, the ones that have more representation are going to be impacted more. Just think about that as well. Right now, we need to make sure that we have more representation of all the different backgrounds and genders in the tech in the short term. In the long term, the ones that have more representation will be out of jobs, and we need to think about them. International collaborations need to also think about how nations can get fair share of these resources. AI is going to go very fast, and many of the nations already are in the forefront of it. They are on top of the current trend. And what's going to happen is that they are going to dictate how this market works. That's the reality. But I'm hoping that UN and the nations together will come to a decision to have a fair share of all these resources and benefits that are going to be generated. And many of the countries might not be right now happy to give away all their secrets of their specific domains area, but that's very important also to have access to these, let's say, large language models and generative AI applications that are being developed. I've seen that the government of Kazakhstan is doing a great job making sovereign capabilities, but I'm looking forward to see more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nouri. I really liked when you asked everyone a question if they used ChatGPT. And I use ChatGPT, but can I say that I am an AI expert and I'm actually taking full advantage, at least of the GPT models? No, definitely not. Do I need to be trained to take advantage of AI capabilities? Yes, for sure. Although I've been focusing on ICTs all my life. So since 2002, I've been working with technology and consider myself a technology expert. But with the rapid development of AI, I definitely feel that I need to be trained and retrained. And this brings us to the next question. So on one side, you said that lots of jobs will be eliminated, but a lot of jobs are also going to be created. And how do we take advantage of that? And we definitely see that there is a shortage of AI specialists globally, in Asia-Pacific region as well. And we see a very wide gap there with the AI specialists. And I would like to turn to expert in technology education and innovative approaches to education, Mr. Nicolas Sadirak, co-founder of 01 Edu and 01 Talent, with a question: what are some practical steps countries can take to reduce these shortages? And focus, please, on specific innovative education models that can be used to help countries do that. Please.
Hello, everyone. First, I'm very happy to be in this conference because I have been involved in education in Astana for the last 5 years, and we have seen very, very fast improvement and very fast growing countries that want to strive to education. So if we speak about shortage in IT and specifically in AI, we have to understand mainly what are the drivers of this shortage. I think there is several underlying stuff. The first one is we are in a field where technology is changing very fast. So we have always new challenge and new technology. So we have very, very big turnover. Okay, so that's the first driver, and AI is accelerating that much, much faster than ever. The second part, it's probably the fact that we have an education system which is not able to bring enough talent, and has a gap between the expectation in companies and what the education system is able to provide. I've been involved in training and IT talents for the last 25 years, and when I start, we were doing what we call industrial survey, and we were trying to work with companies to kind of understand what they want, and then we were trying to produce those engineers, and this process usually takes between 3 to 5 years. And now it's almost impossible, because if you ask people now what they need, in 2 years, it's absolutely not the same thing. So we have to change deeply the way we do it. Okay, that's very important to understand. Same thing about AI. Okay, if you understand you have to understand what is AI doing. AI is mainly focusing of what humans are usually used to do. Okay, so I mean, education has been designed to provide workers in a world where we don't have AI. So we mainly design the whole education system to fulfill the lack of AI. Okay, so now that we have AI, our full education system, it's globally unuseful. Okay, it means that 90% of the goal of our education system today is to replace the lack of AI. Okay, so now that we have AI, we don't need. So we have to rethink the whole education system. Means that it's not just because we speak a lot about how we can use AI to improve education, but it's not, the problem is not to improve education, it's to change education. We have plenty of tools that makes the actual education system more efficient to do what is doing today, but what he is doing today has nothing to do with what we need with AI. Okay, so we have to not change the way of education, we have to change the purpose of education. Okay, because the education has been designed to make human doing AI tasks. Okay, so now that we have AI, we can focus human to do human tasks. Okay, so we have to bring back humanities and quality which are specific to human. And our education system was not designed for that. It has been doing that in the antiquity, a long time ago, but now it has been designed to make logistic to solve logistic issue. Because we are growing, we have too much people, we need to have this logistic, and we didn't have AI, so we had to train people to do those kind of tasks. Okay, so you have to understand that the question is not to organize the way we do what we used to do, we have to deeply change that. Another part of the shortage is the fact that we are using very few talent. If you look globally, worldwide, at how many people are involved in the AI development or even in IT development, it's less than 1% of the human population. A little bit, the best country is around 10%. Okay, so it means that we refuse 90% of the talent. Okay, mainly because our selection system has been designed for some goals which are not our actual goals. Okay, and through my experience, I have been trained around 200,000 IT talent worldwide, and we have developed a process that is able to train people who were drops out. And we find that inside drops out, people who didn't graduate high school, we have plenty of people able to fulfill the need of IT actual talent and AI talents. Why? It's because mainly the skills and the capability that you need to be a good talent in IT and AI has nothing to do with the skills you need to be a good academic. But all our system, it's academic driven, okay? Which was a very good idea when we need those skills during the Industrial Revolution. Okay, so we have to redesign the whole stuff to involve much more talent. Okay, and just to give some example, for example, we have a school in Senegal, and where we are taking students who were maybe selling water in the street, and now we have students who are selling water in the street who is working at cyber security in Google. Okay, so you have people who are not recognized by our standard education system who are full of talent. And I think one of the biggest challenge is to reintroduce those people because we need them. The talent in AI, it's based mainly on creativity, and the creativity comes from the diversity. And if you have only one source of talent who are exactly the same, they came from the same family, from the same background, for the same kind of education, you reduce a lot of their capability to create. Okay, and that's one of the very important parts. The second part is the capability to scale it. Okay, actually, we need to go on platforms. So you can very easily, with AI, scale the standard education system. Because you can train an AI to do exactly what did a teacher, and that's quite efficient. But you still will reduce the amount of people drive because you will all bring them in the same place. AI are very good to normalize, but what you need is diversify. Okay, so you have an opposition between those two goals. Okay, and the only way to do it is to distribute it. I mean, have an AI education which is what I call peer-to-peer based. So you create communities that self-learn and develop their own stuff, and after, when they work all together, they can be still creative and can still grow new capability. And of course, after, what you need is to bring those people in a global interaction between different centers. And that's exactly what we do. I just wrote a book about it, okay, which is here, okay, and you can, Astana did translate it in Russian and Kazakh, okay, and you can get one free sample at the stuff, and I will sign, if people want me, I will sign in at 12 o'clock in the press area. But this book is called How to Prepare to Surf AI. Its main idea is to focus on, you have to understand, I use the word surf AI because it's not use AI. It's something which is collaborative. You co-create with AI, okay? And for that, you create what we call collective intelligence, which humans are very used to do it, okay? As humans, we are very efficient to create collective intelligence, and the actual education process, it's kind of reduce this capability, okay? So we have to refine and create those kind of capability. And I think it's through interactive exchange and co-creativity that we can do that. So thank you very much, and I will be happy to answer questions.
Thank you so much, and congratulations on the book. This is fantastic. A quick question. Your approach, and I know it is successfully working in Kazakhstan with peer-to-peer education. When it comes to AI, would that apply? Because this was for coding, but when learning AI skills, you said that we need to, totally revisit the education and what it is that we need to be learning or not. Would that apply as well?
So. Yeah, it does apply. We train people on AI, and actually, for me, there is no difference between AI and coding. Because what we do, we don't teach coding. We make people use coding to solve their problem. Okay? So we don't have, in our education platform, you don't have ever someone explaining you how to do something. We are always only creating problems. Okay? And AI, it's a little even more complex situation because we are training AI experts, but it's a little complex what you call an AI expert. Is it someone who is able to create an LLM? Is it someone who is able to use an LLM in an IT platform? Is it someone who is able to use an AI, a global set of AI tools to do something like marketing? Is it someone who is using AI in his day-to-day life? Okay? And I think it's all that. What you have to understand that now a lot of people are focusing on creating AI experts, I mean people who know the technology. I think it's a waste of time. I don't think we don't need that. Of course, we need, maybe, I don't know for Kazakhstan, maybe Kazakhstan need 1,000, 2,000 AI experts able to make an LLM. But if they need that, they need maybe 200,000 engineers who are able to use AI to integrate in application and software. And then they will need 10 million of people able to use AI, okay? And I think most of what we want to focus is how to make people use AI to get in their day-to-day activity, which is not necessarily IT-driven, the best out of it. And I think if you look at in maybe 5 or 10 years, you won't even see AI. I mean, people won't have to speak with ChatGPT. It will be AI in every object. You will have AI activity. You won't see it. And what kind of skills the people need to be more efficient on that. It's exactly the same than for a car. You don't need to be a physicist to be an engineer creating a car. And you don't need to be an engineer to drive a car. Okay, that's very important. And in an economy, if you have a population which is able to use the benefits, it will bring much more benefit than to just have experts. Okay, and the issue is how you bring this in a mass. And what we are planning to do, for example, in Kazakhstan, is to train globally 1,000 AI experts each year, and in 20 million of population in the next 20 years of how to get AI in their way of thinking. Okay, and I think it's much more important. It's probably more difficult because it needs a global change in the education system, which is very difficult. But it's a real issue. The real issue is not to train. It's a little bit. It's not that simple to train AI expert, but it's much simpler than to change the way the population gets AI in their day-to-day activity.
Okay. Thank you. I 100% agree with you that we need to define who are we teaching and what we're teaching, because when it comes to AI, there are different levels, and I agree that most of us don't need that. Thanks for the insight. We will have a little bit of time for questions, so before we finish the panel, if anyone wants to ask the panelists any questions, we would be more than happy to take a few questions. But let me turn to our next panelist, and first I would like to congratulate Ayumi Moore-Aoki with launching the Women in Tech chapter in Kazakhstan. It was an honor. It was an honor for me to participate in the launch event yesterday, so thank you and congratulations. Women remain at disadvantage as employees, as professionals in many countries and also in many countries of Asia Pacific region. When it comes to AI jobs, is the situation any different? Are there some best practices that countries can leverage and countries in Asia Pacific region? And are there any examples of successful collaboration between governments and civil society organizations to bridge that gender inequality gap? Please, Ayumi.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Andre. It was an honor to have you with us, moderating the opening session of the Women in Tech Kazakhstan. And I would like to salute here our Director for Women in Tech Kazakhstan, Masen Bolatan, who is here. Please stand up. And who is going to be representing and driving and leading in the chapter of Women in Tech in Kazakhstan. We are a global organization that I founded 6.5 years ago, and this was the 60th country that we are in, so I'm very, very proud. Coming back to your question about women being underrepresented in AI, well, unfortunately, it's not only under AI, it's in many jobs, in tech, in STEM altogether, but particularly in AI. So if you look at the data and the empirical evidence that we have around the world, let's first look at the global scale and then come down to the Asia-Pacific area. I would say the data shows that there's a World Economic Forum's report in 2021, and the data in 23 follows the same numbers, is that women only represent 32% of data and AI, especially the workers, right? Now, if you look at those workers, that's the workforce altogether. So it means people that are coming in all sorts of the professional sector. If you drop down, if you look specifically at the AI developers and the researchers, the numbers are more staggering. So AI researchers, we have 12% are women, and the developers only 6%. Those are the global numbers. Also, if you look in academia, the situation is very just as bad. So in Stanford's AI Index in 2021 found that only 16% of AI tenure-track faculty are women. So why is that important? Exactly as Nicolas said, we do need diversity. And having only 6% of women AI developers, 16% of faculty members, and only 12% of researchers is quite alarming. However, if you look at the numbers in the region, there are some numbers and the figures that are quite interesting to analyze, and we don't know why. But for instance, in China, there's a lot of female graduates that are learning STEM, many more than men are. So there are 55% of China of graduates, STEM AI graduates, are women. However, when they go into the workforce, the numbers drop. So it goes back to 20%. So at the end of the day, the women who are working and who are behind, doing all the apps and all the research, they go down to 20%. Overall, in the industry, the numbers are between 6-15%. In India as well, we have only 14% of women researchers are women, and in Japan, only 10%. So these statistics are very alarming, and we ask ourselves, why is that? Why are women so scared to come into technology? Is it that because we are scared? Is it because it's a hostile? Is it because there's a lack of role models? There's unconscious bias, traditional, cultural underrepresentation, and I think it's a mix of all of that. If there was only one answer and one reason why women are not coming into this new technology, it would be very easy for us to solve the problem. Say, okay, that's a problem, we're going to solve it. However, it's a mixture of things. And the most important things, I think it's the unconscious bias we all have on traditions and cultures in the mindset. Because we can change laws, we can apply targets, and we can put quotas. But if you don't change the mindset, what a woman should do, a girl should do, what you should study, we will not change the things. But thank goodness there is a lot of hope. I'm a very positive person. And this is the work we are doing with women in tech around the world, and not only us, but many other organizations. And to give you some examples on public-private partnership with organizations, we have a chapter in Peru, which is a driving and very shining chapter in Latin America. And in May, we have signed like a memorandum of understanding with Google and with the Minister of Foreign Affairs. And we have opened 5,000 scholarships for people to learn AI. This scholarship, these 5,000 scholarships, they're being sponsored by Google, but being driven by the community. And we wanted to put a target of at least 50% of women, right? And when we called it out to our platform and to our social networks and to our members, in only 5 days, we had over 60,000 women trying to apply. Because they said, oh, if it's a women in tech, maybe I also belong there. And so because of this cohort, in fact, there are more women than men in the cohort, and we have 65% of women represented. So that means almost 3,000 women which are going to be trained in the next 6 months in Peru. So this gives us hope. Peru is not an individual case. There are other things being done as well. For instance, in Singapore, they've got the AI apprenticeship program, which is a targeted outreach woman with a tech skills accelerator. We also have a similar program in Malaysia. And in Australia, though, they are looking at the Superstars of STEM, which is aiming to increase the public visibility of women in STEM. I think there are some targets on women in AI, but all of it, in fact, we can put it much larger. It's more about women in STEAM, right? In science, like technology, engineering, coming to the science, coming into these fields that are typically for boys, like a boys' club. I think women know they must belong. They belong everywhere. And it starts with us here in this room, with the policymakers, with people from the government, from the education sector, to bring in and empower more girls to know what's possible and all the joys there is of creating the innovation altogether. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I wish you and Women in Tech all the best on your journey to fighting inequality and ensuring that women are represented. When you were talking about the statistics in China, we have also seen, although we don't have the latest data, but a few years ago we've seen the same number in Kazakhstan, that in ICT professions there were more female students than male students, but when we looked at the employment, it was a drastically different situation with very few women and a lot of men working. So that does apply to Kazakhstan as well. As I said, we don't have the latest numbers on Kazakhstan, but a few years ago that was the same case as in China. Thank you so much.
Excuse me, also in Saudi Arabia
yes,
and the
please.
UAE is the same. So today in Saudi Arabia, there are more women engineers, graduates, than there are men. but when it comes to the workforce, it drops down.
Right, but yeah, so Saudi Arabia, though, from what I am seeing, things are changing very rapidly. Just in the last 2 years, there was a significant uptake in female employment in tech industry. The latest numbers show a very, very quick change there. Yes, Nicolas, please.
I just can a little bit explain. I don't know for Kazakhstan and South Arabia, but I have been teaching in China, in Fudantashe in Shanghai, and I had exactly the same problem. A lot of female students, and after they don't work in IT. And that's, in China, it comes from the system of how you get to your university. You have the Cao, you have a big exam, then you don't choose your university, it depends on your level. So a lot of girls end up in IT, but they absolutely did not want to do it. They just go there because it's a good university. Okay, and you get a good degree with a good name, and then after you do whatever you want. And a lot of Chinese do the best university they can, then they have a job, which most of the time it's not really related to that. Okay, so it's the system makes a lot of brings, and as girls are usually good on the academics, they get the good universities, they get the good programs, which are the ranked, but it doesn't fulfill their will. Okay, and after they do whatever they want. I don't know in Kazakhstan.
Thank you. Did you want to add? Yes, Tiziana, please.
Thank you very much, and I think, yes, very interesting statistics. But I'd just like to maybe say that, we also need to look beyond the technology sector, because these statistics of higher women graduates, but then lower women participation in the labor force, especially at the highly skilled level, could be reflected in other sectors as well. And then we need to look at the root causes in other policies, in the labor policies, in the child support, in the education, so many different types of policies. So just a word for looking beyond the technology sector and looking at the bigger cross-sectoral policy formulation processes.
Of course. But because this is AI, technology. That's why we were talking about it. But looking at the cross-sectoral, just another number from me. So when we looked at graduates, and there were more female graduates than male graduates in ICT field, we also asked where do they end up working, and most of the women ICT graduates in Kazakhstan ended up working as accountants. That was the biggest uptake. So they went and got an ICT degree and then went to work as accountants. So accounting was the biggest employment. Again, this was a few years back, but nevertheless. But a lot of them have also just did not go to be employed, right? They just got the degree and they did not get employed. And we're talking about higher education here. Okay, so we have a few minutes for questions from the audience. If anyone would like to either ask something of the panelists or in general offer your remarks, we're happy to take some questions now. Anyone? All right. There is. Thank you so much. Yes, there is a microphone, please.
So my question for all of you, but mostly, I guess, for Nicolas, is when we are learning, we are now coming to develop that AI thinking, and we're prone to lean on AI for decision making in everywhere we can, possibly can, where it is safe, where we think it consumes time and something like that. But this tendency makes us incapable of critically assessing of what AI suggests. Getting used to lean on AI makes us actually weak when AI hallucinates, when it is, I don't know, over trained, for example, and starts making mistakes and things like that. What is, in your opinion, the age where we should maybe cut AI and then start to implementing it in our lives, or any other strategies you could possibly think to eliminate this risk?
Thank you. Nicolas, please.
Thank you. So I don't think there is specific age, but I think it can be very early. But when you use something like AI, but it's not only for AI. For example, today you can use Google and ask a question. You will have plenty of answers, and they are not all right. Okay, some are even totally out of sight. So you have to apply a strategy of getting data and confronting this data with experience, trying, failing, trying again. Okay, and once you can make this kind of process, and you can make it for very young. We have been doing this kind of stuff with 5 years old, and we even did some with 3 years old who are not even able to read. But mainly what you have to do is to have a target which is confrontable, so that you can check if the target is fulfilled through something. Either it can be some kind of validation, or it can be, for example, if you make a challenge between group of students, okay, the one who is going to use the tools will have the best result, and then slowly by slowly, they will develop the capability to use and challenge the result. And also, how to use it collectively as a group, how as a group of people we use the data that comes from AI or comes from whatever data-driven situation, and we integrate it in our own co-creativity. Okay, so it can't be something like static. It has to be a process which loops always by making hypotheses, trying, solving the stuff, and relearning, and that's the way. And that way you don't really depend on the knowledge itself. The knowledge comes from the data. Is that clear?
Thank you so much.
I
Steve,
can
please.
quickly add to it. So, totally agree. And AI right now makes mistakes, hallucinates. That's it. Great. We all know about it. But human in the loop, what we all think that is the solution, I'm going to give you the news, is dead. We cannot automate systems with human in the loop. I arrived yesterday. My plane was run by automation and AI. I arrived safely here. My baggage was taken by humans. It's lost. So hopefully, we're going to take care of this problem by having governance around AI, because we cannot literally see all the transactions. If you are working in banking sector, anomaly detection is done by AI right now. There's no human in the loop. Many cases, that's going to be the same. Driving cars are going to be the same, going to be autonomous. So we're going to be ready for that. And the new wave is the agentic AI, which is like at the next level, where AI is going to reassess itself in a loop to understand what's wrong and do it better. LLMs right now make it in one go. That's why you see things wrong. LLMs, while they are doing this, they know that they are presenting something that is factually wrong. But unfortunately, the technology is in a waterfall approach. If the iteration is agentic, that will be much better.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Steve. There is another question there. Can you pass the microphone, please?
All right. Thank you. My question is about corporate governance. Since we know that corporate governance is probably the backbone of of companies, right? Do you think that AI will be able to replace the board of directors? Because what we know is in some of the board directors, we have about 20 people, and the study finds that most of the time, those big boards are not very effective and efficient. So do you think that AI will be able to replace those 20 people and how they make decisions? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your question. I'll add a small comment to that. That in addition to making the decisions, board members also have responsibility. In Kazakhstan, for example, and a lot of other countries, this responsibility can also be criminal. There is criminal liability for the decisions made by the board. And if we are to replace that with AI, who is going to be liable and who is going to be going to jail, for example, in case we replace it with AI. So I'm sure some companies would love to have AI, running the board and being responsible for all the mishaps, like the stocks going down, for example. If anyone else would like to add and comment on that question, please. No. Yes.
All right, two points quickly. In the short term, everything's going to be AI assisted. People are going to help AI as a co-pilot. You hear this a lot, as a co-pilot, but in the long term, because of the competition, we are going to lean into more automation. So in the long term, maybe the long term in the AI world is like 5-10 years, okay? So don't expect like 200 years. In 5 to 10 years, most of the board going to be replaced. And although we have regulations that will try to stop it by putting a lot of hurdles, it just needs one company to do it successfully and take over the sector that the other is going to run for their life. So think about it. And financials in China, they didn't have any locations. They started totally digital, and they ruled the world of digital banking. The similar sort of principles going to apply very quickly. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Steve. Okay, that would be our last question here in this second row, as we will be wrapping up the panel.
My question is related in some way to these liabilities, right? And there is a stage before. I'm not so worried about not having a human in a loop, but there are raising worries about lacking ethics in the loop. And since we are seeing kind of ethics implementing in education for IT and AI in general, like, for example, we're talking about inclusion. Inclusion is ethics, a kind of ethics that we think are positive these days, including, for example, the different type of people from everywhere and things like that. But that's an ethics that we can agree upon today in 2024, but probably not 40 years ago. So ethics and AI ethics and this rapid transformation, I think is something that that I would like to hear about from you as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, who would like to comment on the question? Yes, Nicolas, please.
Okay. So I am not specialist in ethics, but like my own feeling, I would trust more on AI to follow ethics than humans. If you see globally, the problem of ethics, it's more the discipline of applying it than the ethic itself. Okay, and I think one of the good things of my experience with computers and algorithms, they do exactly what is planned. Okay, so if you agree on the ethic, we can have a board of humans deciding the ethics and having AIs applying it. They're probably much more efficient than a board of AI making the ethics and human applying it. Okay, I don't know if you understand what I mean, but the question it's more about how you apply the ethic more than how you make it. And AI is efficient to make.
Yes.
To apply.
I kind
sorry,
of
not to
agree
make-
and don't agree. That's where the debate starts, and that's when the panel has to finish. But I would say ethics and AI, yes, it's crucial, especially today because there's so much bias and stereotypes in the AI. So it depends on what data you're using, right? So it all depends on the data. So
Yeah, it does
if
not-
it's a data that I think we have to go from machine learning to machine education so that the machine learns how to educate itself and gets rid of the bias which is inherent in the data because the data is full of it. And not only it's so going to be repeating it, but it's going to be scaling it. So it's going to be bigger than what it was before. So if you have this unconscious bias within the data that we all have, it's going to make it even stronger. And this we have seen this evidence with things that happen, like with the Twitter and so many other apps when it came out. So I think we have to be very careful, and I think ethics in AI is fundamental in making this new technology.
Okay. Tiziana, you wanted to also add, and that would be our last comment, and we'll be wrapping.
Thank you very much, Chair, Moderator. And let me join my co-panelist who said he's not an ethics expert. I'm neither an ethics expert nor an AI expert. I think, and I'm saying this because I think we don't know what we don't know about the issues. And it really all depends on how we as humans are going to shape the story of AI. Very big questions, very fundamental questions that have been asked. But just to sort of maybe focus on one fundamental issue, I think, in terms of how the story will evolve, is that humans have to maintain agency over AI. We have to embed AI in fundamental human values, human rights, human dignity. And how we teach our children in schools, how we impart critical thinking skills, how we enable them to have fundamental human values so that AI works for human dignity and not the other way around. So education systems and how education systems deal with AI, which comes back to the question of age, will be fundamental. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your insight. Thank you to all of the panelists. We have touched on so many different issues, and I mean really touched. We could have had a 3-day event speaking about AI, and we still would not have covered. I mean, there is covered everything. There is so much to discuss, but thank you for your insights. I really thank the audience for participation. It is unfortunate that only at the end we started debating and discussing, and but that's the way it usually happens with the short panels. As I said, we could have had a whole day for that. Thank you again, and I wish you a fantastic day. There are a lot of interesting sessions. There's some excellent keynotes that are planned, so please check the schedule and try to attend as many as possible. I looked at it myself, some fantastic speakers there that are being gathered here today, so please enjoy. Thank you again.
Раз, раз.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Kazakhstan Tech Solution Day. As part of the Ministerial Conference on Digital Inclusion and Transformation in the Asia-Pacific region, Kazakhstan Tech Solution Day features the alley of top startups from Kazakhstan, leading Kazakh IT companies and new IT products. We have an exciting lineup of panel sessions featuring leaders and experts from the IT industry. At 10 o'clock in the Caspian Hall, AI for All, Building a Generative Nation Together. At 11:30 in the Caspian Hall, Bridging the Digital Divide, Strategies for Inclusive Digital Transformation. In the Turkestan Hall, Smart City, Innovations, Sustainability, and the Future of Urban Management. In the Almaty 1 Hall, Keynote Speech with Ayumi Mor Aoki and Timur Turlov. In the Almaty 2 Hall, Navigating the AI Revolution, Strategies to Safeguard Cybersecurity and Leverage its Power. At 13 o'clock, in the Caspian Hall, Empowering Women in IT, Digital Inclusion and Leadership. In the Turkestan Hall, Digital Inclusion in the Age of AI, Ensuring Access for All and Sharing Experiences of SMEs. In the Almaty 1 Hall, Human Capital in the Digital Age, Key Challenges and Management Strategies. In the Almaty 2 Hall, Digital Tools for a Better World, Using Technology for Sustainable Goals. At 14:30, in the Caspian Hall, Space Technology as an Integral Part of Digitalization. In the Turkestan Hall, AI in Kazakhstan's Business, Risks, Opportunities and Regulation. In the Almaty 1 Hall, Digital Health, Innovations, Challenges and Future Directions. In the Almaty 2 Hall, Connecting Everyone, Expanding Internet Access for All.
Thank you very much for being here today with us. And today we are here to discuss one of the most pressing issues of our time. It's the digital divide, and suggest and find solutions to bridge it, to overcome and ensure inclusiveness, digital inclusiveness in our societies. So we have gathered experts from various fields. We have experts from international organizations, from business, from NGOs, and from government. So our task today is to identify the main problems contributing to this digital divide and find solutions to it. So let me start with introducing our esteemed speakers. I'm going to start with Ms. Tiziana Bonapace. She's a director of the Information and Communication Technology and Disaster Risk Reduction at the UN ESCOP. Tiziana plays a key role in developing and implementing digital technology strategies to enhance disaster resilience. Next to her, we have Dmitry Pak. He's the head of ECG and sustainability in Europe and Central Asia at EPAM. EPAM is one of the leading IT companies in the region. And Dmitry is specifically responsible for integrating sustainable development and social responsibility principles into the strategy of his company, EPAM. So next to him, we have Ms. Zahira Bigalieva. She's the director of the I Teach Me Public Foundation. I Teach Me Public Foundation provides free education in digital professions for social vulnerable people with concentration on people with disabilities. The organization supports people with disabilities in the employment process and also implements various social projects in the digital sector for people with disabilities and their caregivers. Zahira Bigalieva, she also serves as an advisor to the Minister of Labor and Social Protection of the Republic of Kazakhstan. So next to her, we have Galamjan Gabdreshev. He is a CEO of Sizual. Sizual is a company that develops innovative devices to support people with visual impairments. And last but not least, we have Maria Timofeyeva. She's the head of social projects at Yandex, Kazakhstan. Maria is responsible for overseeing the implementation of social initiatives and projects aimed at supporting diverse social groups and promoting digital inclusion. So we're confident that our speakers here will suggest us a great solution in bridging the digital divide gap. And let's start. Thank you for your attention. Let's start our discussion. So to start off, to be on the same page, so everyone will be on the same page, let's start with the definition of the digital divide. What types of digital divide can you identify, and what does it mean to you? So maybe Zahira Bigalieva, can you start with this, with your definition of digital divide and types of digital divide?
Добрый день, уважаемые сегодняшней панельной сессии участники. Спасибо, Мируэт, за предоставленное слово. Спасибо, что вы сегодня пришли послушать о том, что делается в нашей стране, в Казахстане, в области устранения цифрового разрыва. Для меня цифровой разрыв, он рассматривается с 4 ключевых параметров. Это первое – социальный статус человека. То есть человек может… Социальный статус человека – это в первую очередь, когда человек имеет тот или иной статус, как человек с инвалидностью, человек, который проживает одиноко, пожилой человек и так далее. То есть вот когда есть у него какой-либо статус, появляется цифровой разрыв. Второе – это экономический, когда мы говорим о том, что человек может жить за чертой бедности, у него нет достаточно средств для того, чтобы воспользоваться всеми коммуникационными или другими технологиями, заплатить за то, чтобы получить ту или иную цифровую услугу. Недостаточное получение качественного образования тоже образует цифровой разрыв, потому что не все люди могут воспользоваться современными технологиями, даже если у них есть эти технологии, то не знают, как воспользоваться. Также я считаю, что одним из ключевых факторов большого цифрового разрыва является то, что не везде, например, в Казахстане, достаточно покрыто интернетом, да, то есть отдаленные регионы, у них нет достаточного покрытия интернета, естественно, они остаются немножко позади. В целом это, я думаю, что почему мы занимаемся именно устранением цифрового разрыва, почему именно фонд I Teach Me это делает, потому что мы знаем эти вопросы и предлагаем решения для того, чтобы устранить этот разрыв. Спасибо.
Thank you very much for your answer, Ms. Zahira. Maybe, Marie, you can suggest answer from business sector. Maybe you can elaborate.
Thanks for your question. And of course, digitalization is growing very fast, and it affects how people interact with each other, and more services are moving from offline to online. And we as a business, we need to pay attention for this change, and because the digital divide is born from the lack of digital inclusion. So as for businesses, we need to understand if we don't make our services more accessible, we will exclude people from the future. We will exclude them from education platforms, from online services, and this is our priority as business, to make digital inclusion and make our services more accessible.
Thank you very much. Can you all speak a little bit closer to the microphone, because I think there's still problem with hearing, okay? Can you all speak a little bit closer? So thank you very much for your answer, Maria. So next question is, can you share about the current situation with digital divide globally, and what key problems do you see, and why do you think they still persist globally? The question is for all of you. I don't know. Who wants to start? Maybe Ms. Tiziana, do you want to start with this question? Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. I hope you can all hear me. I hope the interpreters can hear me. Okay, good. All right, so maybe just
Can you speak a little bit closer?
a little bit closer. Okay, is that better?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So maybe just to link up a little bit to the previous question on the digital divide. And, you know, I represent a UN commission on basically covering Asia Pacific. So the very small islands in the Pacific Ocean right through to Western and Southern Asia. So I think for us, you know, when we look at this whole vast region, the digital divide is a quantitative divide. This means who is not online. And then it's a qualitative divide, that people actually have access to online, but they are not using the internet in a way to increase their livelihoods, to increase their income, to improve their lives. So we have both. Now, on the quantitative, I think we have made a lot of progress. We estimate around 98% of the population in Asia Pacific has access to a mobile network. The problems are in the quality, in the reliability, and in the safety of accessing. And so here I very much agree with the previous panelists. The qualitative digital divide is linked to income and education levels. It's linked to age. If you're younger, you just know how to handle these things better than if you're old. It's linked to geography. The Pacific Island countries, and we have a minister from Tuvalu with us, he will tell you that the Pacific Island countries are the most disconnected in the whole region. So geography matters. Until quite recently, landlocked countries such as Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, double landlocked, were also quite disconnected, but tremendous progress made in the recent decade on bringing digital infrastructure to all. But in certain areas, geography still matters. And then, of course, there's the gender gap. We spoke about it in the earlier session, and the skills gap. You know, now, okay, so let me just stop here, and I'll be happy to come back to further follow-up questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe Dmitry, you can add from the business sector.
Thank you very much for the question. I would probably here just add more perspective from some specifics of the countries where we operate and where we run our social programs. Tiziana highlighted the variety of different aspects that the digital divide relates to, like the difference in geographical matters, like the connectivity to the internet. And I would say that we should consider from the global perspective and from the business perspective as well, the digital divide. It's not a separate problem, but rather I guess it's too loud, but rather the complex problem, and it shouldn't be considered separately from social or economic perspective as well. So what I would like to highlight is that in the countries where we operate, from business perspective, we point a lot of attention towards the educational program, because we see how the divide and unequal access to the education cause the various social economic problem. And some of the example, we see the trends of the migration from rural to urban thing, yeah. And talking about this divide, that, for example, in Kazakhstan or in Central Asian countries, and Tiziana mentioned in landlocked countries here, we can observe that in some of the rural areas, there are not even the basic digital skills here, and everything starts with actually the lack of access to the computer. They don't even have the computer. What can we talk about the connectivity to the world? Yeah. So, as I mentioned, this problem should be tackled complexly, and probably further on we will tell more in details about some aspects of the local specific, but from the global perspective, I would probably stop here.
Okay, thank you very much, Dmitry. So I guess next question is also will be, you can also add to that question. So next question is, how does this divide specifically affect our society? And what are the consequences for business? You can tell for business, for people. Maybe someone can comment, and for governments. Mm-hmm.
I would probably start here as well, if you don't mind. So, talking about the business side, I would say that, and I would continue in continuation of my narrative about the digital and educational divide, the digital divide contributes and leads to the further skill shortage that in long term seriously affects the business. From the other side, from the social perspective, the digital divides impact significantly the welfare between the rural and urban communities. And according to the last year report by the World Economic Forum, the digital divide can significantly reduce the impact of low-income countries. Then I would probably point out the impact of the digital divide on the polarization and fragmentation of the societies, which also in turn can be very bad for not only for the business but for the general audience as well. And I guess all of us can agree that especially we see the consequences of the digital divide during the time of some disasters like the natural disasters or some crisis, or the recent case with the pandemic. I guess pandemic showed us the problem that we have with the digital divide. So some of the case and example that from the pandemic that we have taken, especially here in Kazakhstan, is that we did understand that, you know, with the pandemic, a lot of the systems, especially the school ones, they went online with the launch of some electronic diaries, with the launch of with the usage of the digital platforms for conducting the lessons and etc. And we understood and we saw that a lot of children, they don't even just didn't have the access to the internet, but they even didn't have the laptops, the computers that they can use. And that's the problem that we started working on and that we are currently working at EPAM as well. We take the complex approach for this. We start with the laptop donation program across the various regions in Kazakhstan and other locations as well. Then it's not only just you should give away the laptops and assume that everything will be good, but rather take the complex approach, give away the laptops, provide some educational offerings and courses with the basic digital literacy skills, and then constantly work with the schools, with the universities to assure that nobody left behind this digital divide problem?
Thank you very much for your answer. I think what your company is also did. I'm just going to comment on Dmitry that you also tackled not only, as Tiziana mentioned, quantitative, but it's qualitative aspects of digital divide. Okay, maybe, can you add from the people's perspective? Yeah, so what are the consequences for people of this digital divide?
Да, спасибо большое. Я думаю, что в зоне риска те, кто остается позади, это самая уязвимая категория людей, это лица с инвалидностью. Наше исследование, которое мы провели в рамках проекта ITM Lab и поддерживаем компанией Chevron, показало, что из 700 опрошенных людей, 50 людей с инвалидностью, 52% даже не владеют компьютерными базовыми навыками. Также из 300 ответов людей с инвалидностью 86% нуждаются в инновационных технологиях, которые облегчают им жизнь. То есть современные технологические решения очень помогают людям с инвалидностью преодолеть те или иные барьеры. И 86% людей говорят, что мы могли бы жить более качественно, если в нашей жизни будут применяться те или иные технологии. Недостаток технологий, многие люди могут воспользоваться современными вспомогательными средствами, также могут трудоустроиться, также могут работать. То есть отсутствие или, наоборот, наличие цифрового разрыва очень качественно влияет на жизнь человека с инвалидностью. Я, наверное, не буду долго рассказывать, что мы делаем для этого в следующих вопросах, наверное, да? Ага. Предоставим следующим спикерам. Думаю, у вас есть, да, Кабдраш, как раз решение, как люди с инвалидностью преодолевают те или иные барьеры для того, чтобы владеть технологией.
Добрый день всем. Проблема цифрового неравенства. Я, к сожалению, с ней столкнулся просто вживую. Лет 5 назад, неудачно сходив в новую баню, получил паровой ожог глаз. И обе сетчаткой у меня отслоились. Кафедра офтальмологии при управлении делами президента на утро мне сказала заведующая, что у вас есть 5 дней. Потом отторжение и тотальная слепота. Не буду рассказывать, где мне приклеили, чтобы рекламы не было. Но есть у нас, к счастью, желтый лазер. Мне смогли восстановить, однако риск потери зрения остался. Я тогда стал искать в интернете, а как мне жить? Вот наступит это неизбежное, не дай бог, да? А что дальше? А ничего в мире-то и нету, оказывается. Если серьезно начать изучать эти технологии, нет систем для ориентации, нет систем доступа информации и так далее. Так что вот тогда я создал специальную команду инженеров и ученых, которую сам же и возглавляю. Это команда Сизуал. Я сегодня хочу поприветствовать в зале одного из главных экспертов в Казахстане в области цифрового развития, который опубликовал потрясающую статью, например, о такой примитивной вещи. А вы знаете, что для незрячих элементарные сайты недоступны? И об этом потрясающе хорошо рассказал один из людей, который сидит сейчас у нас в зале, главный эксперт при Назарбаевском университете, господин Зият. Поприветствуйте его. Господин Зият отметил, что несмотря на то, что ООН была принята конвенция о доступности, которая была ратифицирована нашим главой государства, в каком году, я не помню, 18, 15, да, еще тогда, ни один сайт в Казахстане недоступен, ни госсистема госзакупа и так далее. То есть незрячие люди не могут полноценно участвовать в развитии жизни общества. И тогда мы благодаря экспертам, таким как господин Зият, дефектологам и тифлопедагогам, это учителя для слепых, мы создали первую технологию и внедрили ее на базе Астана театра. Любой незрячий, если заходит на сайт Астана театр, он автоматически определяет, что это незрячий вошел. Благодаря, кстати, Стив Джобсу, я, кстати, к нему вернусь, технологии Tailback. И сразу же переформатирует в сайт в нужном виде, где там доступна информация, которая ему нужна. Как элементарно туда приехать? А где там туалет? Да где там, где покушать, где пройти и так далее. Вот. Так что вот одна из разрывов в этой области мы преодолели благодаря таким экспертам, и эта технология постепенно сейчас развивается. А второе, вы в курсе, что 97% в Казахстане незрячих не умеют читать? Об этом нам озвучил не только эксперт Зиад, но и живые учителя, которые преподают слепым детям. Они говорят, вы знаете, как бы не каверзно это звучало, если ребенок слепорожденный, то есть вначале ослеп, ему повезло, потому что он может попасть в школу. Но если он ослеп в 10 лет, 12 лет, все, он же не пойдет с первоклашками. И вот для этого, говорят, а что касается 18-летних, а тех, кто постарше, все же люди, все хотят оставаться в этом цифровом поле, правильно? Вот. Поэтому мы для них создавали вот такие устройства Брайля, музыкальные Брайли, вот Стива называются, которые успешно сейчас внедряются у нас в Казахстане, в Атырауской области и в городе Астане. Спасибо.
Thank you very much, Galamjan, for sharing your successful examples. Maybe someone else wants to share their successful examples in overcoming the digital divide. Maybe.
So, huge thanks, colleagues, for pointing out the aspects with the importance of tackling the digital divide for the people with disabilities. I would like probably to take also I'm probably the adept of the complex approach here, yeah, and I would like to remind that when we are talking about the digital inequality and the digital divide, we need to consider the various groups of people affected by this problem. And by talking about inclusion, it's really important actually to include all groups of people, people with disabilities, women in IT, youth, elderly people, because only by taking this complex approach we can tackle this problem. Talking about some, I would say, specific things and cases how we can address the issues for each of the groups affected by the digital divide, we do need to take the complex strategy. For example, I would like to share our experience of collaboration with the I Teach Me Foundation, what we are doing with them for the digital education for people with disabilities. Together we run different programs for the digital literacy, for the IT jobs provision for the people with disabilities and youth, and probably Zahira will tell later on more about the ITM Lab project and other projects. Then talking about important aspect of the language barriers and language inequality, I would like to point out the importance of the rising interest and the rising importance of the Kazakh language content. Because we see that a lot of now music, films, courses are translated, because most of the current available materials are in Russian mostly. So that's very important to translate the material not in Kazakh, in English, into Russian, as in Kazakhstan, for example, we have this trilingual approach as well. And again, on some specific examples like what we do in our company, we do have the various portfolio of courses, and let's say last year we translated the course on Scratch into Kazakh for the kids and for the trainers to provide them with the educational offerings. And then I would probably say that, again, repeating myself is the holistic approach. We shouldn't just take one step, the tactical step, I would say just give away laptops or just provide the courses, but rather to take the complex one, provide the educational offerings, provide some financial help, work with the government and other entities, non-governmental sector, to complexly solve this problem.
Yes, thank you very much. Maybe Zahira, you can continue since Dmitry already mentioned I Teach Me Foundation and the project you have.
Если рассказывать о деятельности фонда iTeach.me, то тоже у нас комплексный подход. Когда мы узнали, что люди, молодые люди с инвалидностью даже не владеют компьютерными навыками, у нас появились курсы «Базовые компьютерные навыки». Точно так же мы используем трехязычие, но здесь у нас основным языком идут русский, казахский плюс жестовый язык, потому что в Казахстане не все курсы, не все профессиональные курсы сопровождаются жестовым языком. Также мы делаем подход не только повысить базовый компьютер, но и профессиональные навыки. То есть в первую очередь развиваем как компьютерные навыки, так же и софт-скиллы, потому что люди с инвалидностью часто остаются не социализированными, и, возможно, есть необходимость того, чтобы мы прививали им гибкие навыки. Далее наши ребята уходят на хард-скиллы и выбираются самые востребованные профессии именно в диджитал-сфере. Эти профессии появились у нас не просто так, а мы опросили работодателей, каких бы граждан с инвалидностью вы готовы взять к себе на работу. И на карте потребностей работодателей построены наши курсы. Это больше в случаях это такие краткосрочные курсы, как диджитал, как SMM, как копирайтинг, мобилография, графический дизайн, искусственный интеллект, ноу-код. То есть через эти профессии ребята с инвалидностью получают доступ к образованию, далее уже доступ к трудоустройству. Конечно, мы показываем нашим выпускникам о том, что именно цифровое пространство максимально дает им возможность реализовать свои трудовые права. Вот здесь как раз цифровое неравенство, когда есть отсутствие интернета, когда отсутствует лэптоп, когда отсутствует вообще возможность оплатить за интернет, вот здесь появляется, при том, что даже есть профессиональные навыки, но возникает из-за вот этих специфических моментов большой разрыв, и человек с инвалидностью может остаться позади и не быть в технологическом процессе. Спасибо.
Thank you very much for sharing. Maybe, Marie, you can also add your successful examples from your company.
In our experience at Yandex Kazakhstan, we expect as digital inclusion, it makes any product better for all users. It's not only about people with disabilities, as Dmitry said, it's about everyone. And businesses, you know, they prioritize the project based on efficiency and numbers. And of course, if we take the numbers, like official numbers of people with disabilities, we all know it's not comparable to the total number of users. But, you know, however, everyone, any of us, in any moment of our life, we can face health challenges, or, you know, in any situation we can need some accessible services. For example, I travel with an oversized luggage, or I have eye injury, or I have broken my leg. In any of these situations, I will need an accessible service. And we know that in such situation, we can really help people doing our services more accessible. Our colleagues from Yandex browser app, they have made a research, and they know that 31% of users, they use at least one accessibility service. Every other one, you know? It means that, for example, someone wants to use a dark theme. It's 36% of people that uses dark theme. It's not only about for people who just like in their dark time to use it, but also for people who are blind, who are, have eye issues. So when we make our services more accessible, we actually help people with disabilities be more self-reliant and improve their quality of life. And like, okay, imagine a blind person, and this person wants to call a taxi. And of course, he has an opportunity, they have an opportunity to call by phone. But if the app is not accessible, we make our world more discriminative. And the digital inclusion starts when everyone can use the app and everyone can make an order using like Yandex Taxi, for example, Yandex Go. And we have made that, so Yandex Go is available for screen readers, but actually then we asked ourselves, okay, this person, like, he can make an order, but how he can find the car? Because this person is blind. And then we decided that we need to create a special screen with different options that can help passengers and can help drivers to know how to interact in this situation. So now in Yandex Go app, you can choose different special features that, for example, will help you find the car. Then the driver gets instructions how to interact with the person, how to help them to get into the car. Or you have options for people who have different communication issues. For example, I'm mute, but I can hear. Or for people who are traveling on a wheelchair. So for each of these situations, we have special instructions. And these instructions, we made them online for all ride-hailing services, so everyone can implement them in their work. And I really will be really appreciated if some other services will use this expertise. And like, I want to show, this example shows that sometimes our services we need to think a little bit more than only about digital accessibility, but also we need to bridge, we need to find the solutions which will bridge the digital world and offline world.
Okay, thank you very much.
Riyad, can I please add up some, if you have time, a little bit short example that Maria also pointed out that, yeah, I guess most of us found out ourselves in the situation when we needed to explain to our elderly people and older people, to our moms and grandmoms, on how to use some of the features of the apps and etc. And that's also described the problem of the digital divide, because for, as I mentioned before, not only for people with disabilities, but also for elderly people, for youth, it's also the relevant problem. So just yesterday when I came here to Astana, I met with some of my relatives who are kind of the elderly people, and 2 years ago, my grandmom, she became the victim of the fraud, of electronic fraud, when some people kind of stole off her funds. And after this, what we did, I talked to her, I explained to her the basic concept of the digital skills. So she passed the course for the digital skills. And now, 2 years ago, 2 years passed, like nowadays, what I found out yesterday, that, she told me, like, I'm now actively using like the Caspian, or she ordering the Yandex Taxi actually herself. She just subscribed her card and this is really convenient. And that's what we're probably here talking about, the digital divide for all groups of people, yeah, and that we need to show and to include all the groups in this discussion.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. And I very much agree with all the co-panelists. I think, as we sort of examine the lessons we learned out of the pandemic, and I think this examining of the pandemic and how the world turned out post-pandemic, we're still in the process of fully absorbing. We haven't yet quite absorbed. It was a big event, lockdowns, social isolation, all of that. But one of the key things is that in ESCAP we say it unleashed a digital big bang. And we are now digital by default. So everything is digital. And this means that the whole digital sphere has become a strategic one. It's a part of strategic government policy making. It wasn't like that in the past. In the past, digital, ICT, it was for the specialists. ICT ministry didn't really carry that much weight in government policy making. Now you see every country has, prioritized digital as a strategic sector. So that's from the government perspective. But, I think it's important for us to really be inclusive in the way we develop and this is a message for the business sector, in the way we develop the apps. We have many different forms of exclusion, the disabilities, the income, the age, and we've talked about that. And if we really want to be inclusive, the simpler the applications, the better. Because by being user-friendly, reliable, and safe, we can ensure we leave no one behind and we harm nobody. The diversity of the needs is very complex, and there I fully agree. We have to take the complex approach. But in the services that we offer the users, if we want to truly be inclusive, we have to keep it simple, easy to use, but safe. Safety is key. Thank you. Oh, and sorry, if I may just make one comment on, the giving the tablets to children. There is experience that has emerged in Asia Pacific, in some countries, pre-pandemic. There was a one child, one tablet policy. So children living in rural areas were given one tablet each, and they took the tablet, they used it at school. And then the program was very heavily criticized because it cost a lot of money, the children were playing games on it. It doesn't matter. It's key. It's key for children to have a tablet because supply creates its own demand. The fact that children might not have digital skills, might be using the tablets in the wrong way, you have to teach them to use the tablets in the right way. But if you don't give them the tablet, how are they ever going to learn? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tiziana. So you mentioned about the COVID and how fast we all adapted to the digital world and how it became so much more important. So the question, I guess, is for everyone. So after implementing your strategy, how soon did you start noticing improvements? So what is the timeline for achieving tangible results in your projects?
На самом деле, придумывать классные идеи и гипотезы – это очень классно, но увидеть результат – это не всегда быстро, да? Даже прилагая, вот как общественная организация, прилагая максимум усилий, ты можешь достигнуть небольших результатов, потому что точно так же есть и финансовые ограничения, также есть те процедуры и политики, которые не поддерживают твою идею в той или иной стране, или же какие-то технические моменты. Но несмотря на все различные препятствия, барьеры, если твоя программа построена циклично, то есть от низов, от нулевого владения базовыми компьютерными навыками, и ты через 8 месяцев можешь быть уже свободно владеть компьютером и использовать цифровые технологии как в трудовой деятельности, так как в образовании, вообще повседневной жизни. И, возможно, ты даже можешь улучшить, стать тестировщиком продуктов и говорить, вот этот продукт ваш недоступен для человека с нарушением зрения, вот этот продукт недоступен для человека, у которого нарушение речи, или же вот этот продукт нужно улучшить или сделать меньше, чтобы человек пользователь коляски мог спокойно им пользоваться, да? И это уже является тоже включением в цифровое пространство. Мы результаты своего труда увидели буквально через 8 месяцев, когда первые наши выпускники начали зарабатывать, когда по ночам они мне начали писать, и я заработал свои первые 3000 тенге, написав текст для копирайтера. Увидели результаты уже через какое-то время, через год. Кто-то из наших выпускников пропадает, то есть они отучиваются и пропадают, все, они не начали работать в этой сфере. Но через год появляется информация, что он открыл свою дизайн-студию или так далее. То есть изменения в этой среде не быстротечны, но в то же время они достижимы. Еще бы хотелось бы сказать, что поднимая эти вопросы, мы работаем не только с человеком с инвалидностью, мы работаем с сообществом, мы работаем с бизнесом, когда им подсказываем, как максимально сделать их продукты доступными для разных граждан. Также мы работаем с государством, когда даем свои рекомендации по улучшению той или иной государственной политики, стратегии, и также чтобы учет потребностей людей с инвалидностью был включен во все программы в Республике Казахстан. Спасибо.
Thank you very much for sharing your experience. Someone else wants to share, or we can move to the next question. Okay, then. Tiziana mentioned about leave no one behind and other policies. Some of you also mentioned about nothing about us without us. How do you, in your organization, communicate your work and these topics about leave no one behind and the issues of digital divide to the public? So how do you communicate your work and the topics on digital divide to the public? Mm-hmm. Maybe, yeah. Can you continue, please, Ms. Zahira?
Вопрос. Да. Да, вообще, если в целом мировом сообществе, когда мы говорим об вопросах лиц с инвалидностью, у нас есть лозунг «Ничего о нас без нас». Да? Наша организация, как фонд iTeach.me, придерживается данного послания, и мы всецело поддерживаем. И что я хочу сказать, когда мы работаем с разными бизнес-компаниями, государственными программами, разработки различных документов, я говорю, посмотрите, ваше предложение, оно написано для людей с инвалидностью. Я говорю, да, это для людей с инвалидностью. Я говорю, давайте вчитаемся, говорю, для людей с инвалидностью. То есть у вас подход, я для тебя что-то сделаю, а ты, пожалуйста, прими, да? Я говорю, нужно Она говорит, а как нужно? Я говорю, нужно с людьми с инвалидностью. То есть вместе мы должны разрабатывать любую стратегию, вместе мы должны тестировать то или иное новшество, вместе мы должны, то есть не с точки зрения, что мы только пользователи данных услуг, а с точки зрения, что мы имеем право на достойную жизнь, в том числе в цифровом пространстве.
Thank you, Marcia. Dmitry, can you continue in your business?
I would probably add a little bit here to Zahira's statements, and we talked a lot about it when we are working on the partnership project, that returning back to the term of inclusion, that's really important, actually, to include all of the groups into the discussion and decision-making process, not to make some decision and make some actions on behalf of somebody, but rather to support them and let them do this decision and let them participate in the actions and in the process. Because if somebody, the final user will be, anyway, the people with disabilities, the women, yeah, or the youth and etc. So it's really important to include them into this process. Because talking about my personal example, I want my voice to be heard, and it's really important to let the voices of those who are the beneficiaries, the final beneficiaries, to be heard in the end. What I would like to point out is recently we see the rising interest in the society for the culture, and especially in the Western countries, it's popular, the culture of allyship. And this is what we see the rising trend in Kazakhstan here as well, that it's really important for us, to be the allies of these people, but allies doesn't mean to make the decision for themselves. It actually means to help them and support them, and to emphasize their voices, So that's what Zahira mentioned, and that's the philosophy that we share, I guess, here.
Thank you. Tiziana, do you want to add something on this matter?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. And, from an ESCAP perspective, we cover 53 member states and 9 associate member states, so a very, very broad membership. So we work through partnerships or alliances. So I would very much share that point that you have, and you have also just made. We need to work together. So ESCAP, we identify good practices, best practices in different countries, and we promote the sharing and the experiences and the lessons learned. But we very much rely on our partners, on our business sector partners, on our civil society organizations, on the research community, and on the government policymakers to disseminate and to implement at the ground level. So it's very much reaching out to the public is very much a team effort, a joint effort. Everyone has something to contribute, and everyone can contribute according to the respective strengths that each player brings to the field. So working together, working cooperatively, not working in competition, but working to help each other to build and to reach those who need it most. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That actually, the question that I'm going to ask actually was going to be later on, but I think it fits so perfectly to our discussion now. So the next question is, how should collaboration between NGOs, the state, business, and civil society be formed to effectively overcome the digital divide? How do you see this collaboration? So do you want me to, again, repeat the question? So how should collaborations between NGOs, the state, the government, businesses, and civil society be formed to effectively overcome the digital divide? I think everyone can answer. Who wants to answer?
У нас в каждой стране, в частности в Казахстане, все недропользователи, иностранные компании по заключению контракта с правительством Республики Казахстан обязаны часть своего дохода выделять на социальные нужды и социальное развитие общества. Как мы знаем, одной из прозрачных компаний, которая действительно это выделяет, эти деньги, и благодаря этому у нее много успешных проектов, это Тингишевройл. И сама компания «Шеврон», это факт. Они категорически отказались участвовать в любых тех или иных непрозрачных схемах, которые может нанести репутационный риск для них. Я предлагаю, что, как вы знаете, многие недропользователи обязаны эти деньги переводить с рук казна. Как говорил наш глава государства, в 2022 году эти деньги стали непрозрачными, поэтому стали недоступными. Вообще их непонятно, их использование. Поэтому я считаю, что эта схема должна четко работать. Она работает во всем мире. Бизнес, который использует недропользование, иностранные компании и так далее, они по закону уплачивают процент своего дохода по соглашению с правительством на нужды. И эти деньги должны быть прозрачными. Эти деньги могут использоваться только через НГО, то есть некоммерческая организация. И вся эта деятельность становится прозрачной. Я считаю, что именно если мы в Казахстане приведем это в соответствие, то те астрономические миллиарды, которые до сих пор, как говорится, каждый год мы ищем, куда они пропадают, они станут доступнее, и качество жизни, соответственно, благодаря НПО, значительно улучшится. Вот мой ответ. Спасибо.
Thank you. Thank you, Dmitry. Can you add from the business perspective? What do you think?
Yeah, I would love to thank Tisana because I really agree with the statement that we really need a collaboration because no systematic change can happen without it. And as an example of our successful cooperation with state and NGOs, I can place an example as InvaTaxi. It's a program that was launched by the initiative of Ministry of Labor and Social Protection in 2023, and it really helps to improve the quality of the social taxi in Kazakhstan. So the participants, the people with disabilities who have access to this program, they can order a taxi for free from Yandex Go app, and we will assign only highly rated drivers to these rides. These passengers can use the special screen options, and already more than 140,000 trips have been made in Almaty and Astana since the start of the project. And there is an important principle that Zahir Angabarna has mentioned, that nothing for us without us. And we really try to implement this principle in our work, and that is why we always involve local experts and experts with disabilities to test our products and our services. For example, we have project that is called charitable rights and deliveries, and several NGOs are our partners in this program, and they can use for free our services. And in this way, we can support important NGOs in the country, but also we always get feedback that helps us to improve our services. In this case, I am really grateful for all local NGOs that are really encouraging us to make our services better, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. Dmitry, can you add from the business perspective as well? Thank you very much.
I understood from the question, that was the question about collaboration, yes? So here I really share the narrative, and I fully agree with the narrative that Ms. Tiziana mentioned about the importance of the three-side collaboration, between government, non-governmental sector, civil society, and the business. So we see nowadays the rising trend for the topics of ESG and sustainability. That's, I would say, really fashion word nowadays. So with a lot of government, a lot of the business actors, NGOs paying more attention towards this term. But in long run, the sustainability, that's about the strategy. And from business perspective, I would say the partnership with the non-governmental organization, the partnership with the governance, that's all about the strategy. Because we run multiple programs, social programs focused on the digital divide, but we sometimes, taking the specifics of the business, we do not directly work with the beneficiaries of this help, but rather through the help of the NGOs. And with the case of, let's say, iTeachMe, we have some strategic partners in each of the direction with whom we work on the Women in Tech initiative, on the People with Disabilities initiative, on the youth education initiatives. I also like the case approach, talking about the cases, so I'll probably just mention two of them. The first is our strategic partnership with the iTeachMe, because iTeachMe, Tahira, please correct me if I'm wrong, for us, it's the ambassador of our ESG and sustainability strategy in the field of working with people with disabilities, because based on the example of this, we really kind of spread this practice across the globe. And we are the global company. Tiziana mentioned that ESCAP is for 45 countries, yeah? 53, sorry, 53. At EPAM, we have 55 countries where we operate. So this is quite close to us from the business perspective as well. And then from the, let's say, another example of the partnership, of the three-state partnership, that last year, the government of Kazakhstan, we understood the problem that a lot of the women, especially in the rural areas, they are left behind this digital movement. They do not have the basic digital skills, and because some of the reason, because those are the women with several children, or those of the women who are in maternity leave, or they are in the process after maternity leave, and they have these gaps in skills. So what the government, represented by the National Commission on Women under the President, what they proposed is to launch the program, which was called the ITIL program, and then they invited the other stakeholders like Astana Hub, I Teach Me, Techno Women, and ourselves to join and to create this program. And together we got more than 2,000 applications, and like 600 women passed these courses, got the basic, and not the basic, and actually the advanced IT skills. And afterwards we heard a lot of success stories on how after this program they found the jobs. From this perspective, and this, I would say, this narrative also adapts to the Zahira's point about how soon we see the results. So sometimes it really takes the long-term period, but sometimes we really see this in short-term by these success cases. So.
Wow, thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Да, я бы хотела подытожить, например, вот именно этот вопрос. Дело в том, что инклюзию, вообще разрыв цифровой не решить только сконцентрировавшись на человеке. Это большой трехсторонний, четырехсторонний процесс, когда мы должны все это вместе в коллаборации делать. Также не решить этот вопрос только делая точечные социальные проекты. Каждый бизнес, государственные органы и так далее должны понимать, что у нас есть право, равное право вот с этой точки зрения. Это должно быть в каждом продукте, в каждом вашем решении, в каждом нашем проекте. То есть это не только один социальный проект, когда мы кого-то поддержали, что-то и на этом заканчивается. Это непрерывный процесс с построением именно равные права и равные возможности, никого не оставить позади. Это идет с нулевой точки и на протяжении всех процессов, всей цепочки процессов, и оно нескончаемо.
Thank you very much. Yes, so we understand that collaboration is the important part of in overcoming the digital divide. So we don't have much time. So for all the questions, maybe you can just answer quickly to that question. So how can solutions for bridging digital divide benefit business, and what economic advantages do they bring?
I will try to be short. So, in short, collaboration is a thing, and this what we kind of have as a business in our motto. Honestly speaking, in short term, potentially business, we don't have the direct benefits, but we rather should look from the long-term perspective. Because in long term, the digital inclusion, it impacts the market growth. And with the market growth, the business benefits from the market growth as well. Plus, returning to my narrative about the trendy words of the ESG and sustainability, more and more people start to pay attention to these aspects, starting from the youth, then to all of the stakeholders, the government, etc. Because actually, this is not it became popular recently, but it's not the trendy words. It's about, especially if we take the term of sustainability, yeah, it's the term that's coined about the long-term perspective and long-term strategy. So that is to say, from business, these aspects of the social inclusion, of the digital inclusion, should be the essential part of our strategy, like we do in our case. And from our side, we really prioritize this kind of collaboration, the partnership, so to develop and set this narrative in the markets where we operate as well. So, and in some ways, maybe to become the ambassadors of this movement.
Thank you very much for sharing your experience. Do you want to add, Ms. Zahra? Or Maria, do you want to add from the business perspective also?
Thank you for the question. And I truly believe that people with disabilities can create their own contribution to GDP and not only live on welfare. Because accessible services provide the opportunity to both work and study. And if the calendar is not accessible or mail is not accessible, then the person can't work, not because he doesn't have skills, but because they don't have tools to work with. Yeah? And here is an example from our work from Yandex.Go. We have improved the driver's app so people with hearing loss can work in our services and be partner of our services, ride-hailing services. For example, in such ride, the driver receives their light signal instead of an audio alert, and the passenger also gets their notification about the specifics in this ride. And already more than 350 drivers each year, they are our partners in Kazakhstan. And I really think that everyone benefits from this approach when we really think that each person can contribute and can work and can study. And we need to make our space more accessible for it and not exclude people from these areas. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So now we don't have time for all the questions. So let's just have concluding 3 questions to summarize what we spoke about and have everyone to have key takeaways from this meeting. So I'm going to ask you 3 questions, and anyone can answer them. Maybe all of you can. You want to answer this question? So, what are the critical steps that should be taken in the near future to bridge the digital divide? And what is the most significant change you expect to see as a result of implementing your strategies? And what are the main challenges and opportunities that still exist in your sector, in your efforts in bridging the digital divide? So maybe Tiziana, do you want to start answering these questions?
So maybe just 2 points, and maybe just because they haven't come up, not because I'm summarizing. Summarizing is very hard. But just first of all to say I very much share all the views that were expressed by the panelists. I think we're all on the same wavelength. But just 2 things. In terms of the market opportunities, I think we also need to think about the micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises. Not all enterprises are big, well-funded, and so special services digital services need to be developed for these small-scale enterprises, enabling them to benefit from market growth, international market exposure, and productivity gains. The second thing is, I think, governments working with the private sector need to continue to invest in hard infrastructure. Lots of progress made, lots of investments that have reached far-flung corners, but the technology is changing. Satellite communications are becoming cheaper. Constellations are making communications more universal. The investments need to continue because with AI, with these very complex new frontier technologies, the demand on bandwidth will continue to be progressive. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe Dmitry, you want to?
Наверное, я добавлю, да? Как я сказала, что в Казахстане 725 тысяч людей на сегодняшний день, и всего 36% работают. Это маленькое количество людей. Если есть такой разрыв вот в таком в цифровом факте, то это говорит о том, что недостаточно созданы условия как и у бизнеса, так и у государственных программ для того, чтобы мы наравне могли реализовать свои права как на образование, на достаточный уровень жизни, на трудоустройство, на вообще в целом комфортную жизнь. И есть необходимость, наверное, сделать философией вообще в целом инклюзивного подхода. На сегодняшний день государством, Министерством труда и социальной защиты населения Республики Казахстан разрабатывается концепция инклюзивной политики, которая будет принята в этом году. И я думаю, там вот именно в этой программе, в этом документе будут ключевые векторы, как развиваться именно в области устранения любого разрыва, не только цифрового, в отношении лиц с инвалидностью.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Dmitry?
I would probably again repeat myself, but collaboration is a thing. So we are actually, all of us, of course I'm here as a representative of the business sector, but taking the, again, out of the context, yeah, we're all people here, yeah, so we're all the part of this, and we all should be involved. I guess that the main challenge itself is that we do have, to some extent, the collaboration between the government, between the private sector, between the NGOs, but it's rather for now the tactical steps that we take from project to project with the absence of some systematic collaboration on the higher level, I would say. This is the challenge that we face, but this is the opportunity that we can take, yet to get all together in tackling the problem of the digital divide. Because in the end of the day, all of us, all of the group, business, civil society, government will benefit from the digital inclusion. Yeah, thank you.
Do you want to add, Maria, or? I can just conclude. We only have 2 minutes. So thank you very much, everyone, for coming here, for participating in our panel session. Thank you very much, speakers, for sharing your experience. So today we have talked about the issues of digital divide, the main problems, and the consequences of digital divide that we have around the world. And we also shared solutions from NGOs, from business, from government, but like mainly from NGOs and from business. And that's what shows, we want to show like how civil society, NGOs and businesses can change, can make an impact in bridging the digital divide. It's not only on the hands of the government, but it's on the hands of all of us. So we all can contribute. And the discussions like that, when we have everyone collaborating together and speak and discussing the topic, can bring us closer to bridging this digital divide. And the launch of the Digital Solutions
So, we are starting. Hello, everybody. I am glad to be here today to kick off our panel session on empowering women in IT. As a woman in IT for more than 15 years, as an entrepreneur and global investor, I have seen the challenges and rewards of this career. And it's an industry that offers incredible opportunities, but at the same time, also significant barriers for women. And even though there are a lot of positive changes now in this field, in gender equality in IT, but still there is a room to go. And today, we gathered today great speakers who will discuss about trends, about barriers, and the more important, how we can handle this question and how we can help to promote gender equality in digital industry. First welcome word I want to give to Aziza Shuzheva, the chairman of the board, NGO Techno Women, which has 4 representatives in Central Asia, with coverage of more than 16,000 women across Central Asia, and promote initiatives on the government level, on society level, on gender equality, and inclusion in international society. So Aziza will provide some statistics and trends, what's going on here and in the world. So please, Aziza.
Thank you. Where is my presentation? My presentation? Thank you. Greetings to all participants of the UN ESCAP conference in Kazakhstan, and I'm very happy to see my colleagues, ladies from Techno Women. Ladies, hi. Today I will talk about the contribution of our organization Techno Women to the development of women's leadership in technology in Central Asia, our achievements and our plans. Okay. I would like to note that we have been promoting the agenda of digital inclusion development in Kazakhstan for 2 years already, and we will continue to work in this direction. And I would like to know that it is women who are now actively implementing projects in the field of social tech, and most of them are members of our organization, Techno Women in Kazakhstan. You can see the first slide, and women in Kazakhstan, women are an important economic resource in Kazakhstan. As you can see, women in Kazakhstan have a good level of education and are well represented in entrepreneurship. Most women are found in the traditional sectors of business, services, education, and health. Due to gender stereotypes, there are far fewer women than men in the technology industries. There is a gender gap in the ICT industry in Kazakhstan, with approximately 2 women for every 7 men in digitalization. In order to bridge the gender gap and encourage the participation of girls and women in the ICT sector, we created a non-profit organization, Techno Women. Today, Techno Women, next slide, please. Sorry. Yes. Today, Techno Women is a platform for unlocking women's potential in ICT, career advancement, and implementation of startup projects. So, how do we help girls and women develop and build careers and business in the ICT sector? The first is that we provide access to global resources and global networking. Our organization has a strong partnership with the International Union of Telecommunications, UNITU. We are the only organization in Central Asia accredited in the Equals Global Partnership for the Gender Equality in the Digital Era. This is UN Women's structure. With the support of our partner, UN Women, we are participating in the Expo Women Accelerator program, and together we are implementing the Cyber Safe for Women project. Thanks for the Expo Women program, our member, Asiem Tajieva, was able to go to Estonia this year with the project Wisdom Platform and receive international support. That is one example. The CLDP program, supported by the US Department of Commerce, is a very good opportunity for us. Our organization's participation in the CLDP program has opened up opportunities for the development of e-commerce in Central Asia and helped women entrepreneurs in the e-commerce sector to reach a new level of success. You can see our e-commerce initiatives supported by the CLDP program on this slide, and many of our girls members attend the eWeek conference each year and have the opportunity to network with e-commerce entrepreneurs from around the world. Our women have the opportunity to enter the markets of Central Asian countries with their projects through the development of Techno-Women's Partner Network in Central Asia, and our organization has now signed memorandums and is working very closely with all technoparks in Central Asia, including Astana Hub in Kazakhstan, IT Park in Uzbekistan, Tech Coworking Technopark in Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan. For professional and career development in Kazakhstan, our organization offers great opportunities through partnerships with the Astana International Financial Center, the Association of Independent Directors and Ministry of Digital Development, and the Ministry of Science and Higher Education. Our Techno-Women members are now involved in the modernization of higher education as members of university boards. This year, in 10 regions of Kazakhstan, we held regional conferences and trainings on digitalization for girls at universities. There is one more important aspect that I would like to mention. This year, Kazakhstan adopted the concept of AI development, and we work on the development of a national model of a large language with AI technology has been started. Techno-Women joined the consortium for the implementation of this project along the leading IT companies and universities in Kazakhstan. We plan to develop a gender component in AI and promote the involvement of girls and women in the implementation of AI in the economics of Central Asia. I think it is a great opportunity for women. Our organization implements a wide range of educational programs. There are projects such as IT Women, trainings in non-code, low-code programming, Cyber Safe for Women, training for trainers, training in cybersecurity, mentorship programs, Digital Law for Women. This is new, our project, Training in Digital Law, AI Bootcamp, training in the use of AI in business, Robotechno Girls, training girls in robotics. You can see all the Techno Women initiatives on this slide. And concluding my speech, I want to talk about the values of Techno Women. Values of Techno Women. So the main values that our organization gives to women are social capital, networking, and social lift. We believe that modern Central Asian women can be successful and harmonious. They can combine work and family. You know that families in our countries traditionally have many children. Today, many of our women have 3, 4, and 5 children and are developing in the ICT sector. And these women are also creating social digital startups that help children, mothers, and people with disabilities. Our Techno Women can do it all. We are very proud of the victories, big and small, of our country members. And of course, we give happiness because the Techno Women community is an association of progressive and positive women in Central Asia. Thank you for your attention. And on the final slide, there is some information about me and my contacts. Anyone who wants to become partners of Techno Women and promote our progressive ideas together, you can write me. And thank you.
Thank you, Aziza. Next word I want to pass to Professor Salma, CEO and founder of E-Worldwide Group. And Professor Salma can be a great example for me, for example, as a woman in IT. She started on career path many years ago in AMD, its company, main competitor of NVIDIA, and main company now which is doing chips for artificial intelligence. And now it's very famous. And she started her career as a chip designer, and now as a founder and CEO of E-Worldwide Group, she's promoting educational program across the globe, as herself as a professor teaching tech in many countries, in Nigeria, in Korea, in England, and others, and also participating in developing country strategy, how to develop IT strategies based on humanity. So I will handle the word to Professor Salma. Welcome.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think the first question that I would like to ask is to the audience: how many women here run their own companies? Okay, how many people in the audience are students? Okay, fantastic. There we go. So there's, yes, of course, of course. So I want to talk about how I think that technology can actually transform our lives and create opportunities for you. I think that since you've seen, all of us have lived through the pandemic, digital transformation has become a priority for many, many countries. And that being said, it's in every sector. It's whether we are socializing using Facebook, Instagram, or whatever, but it's also accelerated government delivering its services through ICT. And it's also accelerated banks now trying to give you your money and help you invest in various areas. But it's also produced another set of opportunities for the criminals. So ladies, one of the things that our moderator mentioned is a new program we have, and that is right skilling and reskilling women in cybersecurity, AI, and IoT. Now, cybersecurity is not boring. It's very interesting. It sounds like something that you wouldn't want to do, but I urge women to look at this because we multitask naturally. Alhamdulillah, we have the skill to think in different dimensions all at the same time. That makes us pretty good experts in research, analysis, and investigating what is the problem and where vulnerabilities are. I believe that currently $4 trillion is being invested in this digital transformation around the world. Digital transformation allows us to work from home, work in Kazakhstan, and support projects in Malaysia, America, England, India, wherever we wish. But we need those skills. There is a 3.4 million skills gap. So when you actually graduate, you have the world as an opportunity for you, and any and every sector you wish to go in, whether it's entertainment, hospitality, or medical professions. And I urge you to look at the word STEM. Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics is what we use in every sector. So IT is a component of it. Digital is a component of it. But STEM opportunities and STEM education is very, very vast. One of I think the opportunities that we can see here today is for you to create a collaborative network with this wonderful presentation that I've seen across the region, because you have a commonality of language and cultural context. But the most important thing, and I'll stop there, is that we see that technology is opening the doors in multiple ways for you to engage. And I want you to think, recognizing that you come from academia or your students, you've got lots of fields within it for digital marketing, e-commerce, data analytics, obviously AI. I've mentioned cybersecurity, but project management and customer relationship management. So once you graduate, you can specialize in any of these fields based on what you are interested in and what you're good in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I also want to ask if somebody want to add something for a small note from our panel about what kind of challenges or opportunities new advanced technologies such as AI, or maybe blockchain or like cloud computer now we are facing. For example, I saw recently the question how AI would be, you know, like promote gender equality or given another barriers. So is anybody want to add something? Small note.
Hello, thanks for this panel, thanks for the opening, and congratulations on the wonderful work you girls are going. I had the wonderful pleasure of meeting Dr. just before our session, and we're talking about the cybersecurity, and I was amazed when you were telling us the real examples, right, on when women are in gaming, what it is that actually happens. We think that in the digital world, no one can touch us, they are kind of protected, and yet, there is so much, and I'm going to let Professor explain a little bit further, because I thought that was so impactful, because it puts a real-life situation we can picture, why it is so important, and what we can do about it.
Yeah, thank you very much. One of the things that you might have noticed, does anybody do gaming here? Anybody do e-games? Or you're all shy and you don't do gaming, it's just the...
Кто играет?
Well, then, anyway, so what we would... thank you very much. So ladies, I'm shocked that you don't participate in this $183 billion industry. Now, what we were talking about, some of you may know that when we had the pandemic, there was a huge increase in domestic violence. Men were getting frustrated at home, they were around their wives too much, or you know what happens. So domestic violence increased, and I'm slightly joking, but I'm not. It's a serious issue globally. Yeah. UN Women have stated very good reports that show the facts. And of course, violence against children. But the tragedy is, do you guys know the name Andrew Tate? You know quite a lot, mashallah. So, Andrew Tate, because we were in another panel together. So you've got social media. Does anybody know Kim Kardashian? Ladies, okay. I have a 16-year-old niece. She likes plastic eyelashes and nails. I have no fingernails. And I'm wearing trainers. I believe in comfort. Maybe that comes with age. But what's happening is Andrew Tate is promoting on social media the misogynistic behavior of male, alpha male, and who we are women, we're subservient to the man, which is not true. We are equal to men in fact, I would say we're a step better than men because God gave us the ability to have children. So if you understand the cultural social changes that are spreading across the internet, there's a danger in our society to promote misogynistic behavior. When I was asking you about games, because a lot of the games actually include gender-based violence, and I'm talking about the physical games that you can play. You get more points if you attack a woman, if you kidnap a woman, if you rape a woman. What the hell is that? It's wrong because it's promoting a certain behavior and an attitude in young people who play games. And my brother, you're smiling at the back, but you know what I mean, right? That it is sexualizing women and little girls. So little boys are playing these games. And we move it to one step further. Have you heard of metaverse? Right, so the metaverse, you can wear the goggles and you are immersed. So you actually think you're in the game. Now, I was in Taiwan 2 weeks ago at the Internet Governance Forum. And over there, I was on a panel with Microsoft, Meta, and Google. And we were talking about, I was talking about the risks with the online gaming industry and how women are vulnerable. And what has happened is that women are now feeling the sensation online in the virtual reality realm through these games and actually getting raped, gang raped online. So what happens is you've got your goggles on and you're actually experiencing this sensation. And that's what we were discussing, because the world has to recognize that the moral obligation, I use the word duty of care to the next generation, because a woman, you're physically being abused, but now you're mentally getting abused. And nobody knows what is happening to you because you experienced it online. So where does the criminal justice system come in? How do you actually, arrest somebody who raped you in the virtual world? So the new phenomena of risk, the addiction, the experience, the emotional stress. You also probably know, and I'll stop there, is more and more girls and young women are committing suicide and self-harming because they don't conform to the image of Kim Kardashian, or their life is not as glamorous as people make it out to be. And these are wrong. These are morally wrong. And we, as you girls, young women, you have to help your cousins, your nieces, your sisters, and mothers. You need to take control of this space because your kids are not going to learn this from anybody but you. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Salma.
Thank you so much.
And just to add, sorry, just 2 minutes. And just to add to that, the first online metaverse rape was done in Meta. And the worst thing is, and that's where, for me, it's like the summum of why we are here and why we have to take action, is that the answer was, well, there is a protection bubble women can put around themselves. So once again, it's the woman's fault she didn't protect herself, and it's not the fault of the person who was raping her. So once again, women, it's our fault because we are raped, if it's online or it's in person. So I think there's a whole change in the mindset, in the education, on digital violence, on physical violence, because it is physical. You can feel it in your skin, and afterwards it makes damages throughout the woman's career. And I think that this bubble thing, imagine us, it's always like this. Women, we have to cover ourselves because it's our fault. So. Sorry, I had to
Thank you very
to
much.
that.
Discussion already is not boring. Thank you for hard discussion. It was very interesting, actually. And next word I want to handle to another great example of our woman, Kazakh woman, Aidana Kaskerbek. She is founder and CEO of Blockchain and AI Technology Center. This is global research center which is represented in 38 countries and headquartered in Kazakhstan. In 26 countries already they implemented educational program for professors in the universities and trained 418 professors. And they just started, actually it's an ongoing program, more and more professors already joining it. And it's, I think it's like a great example how to go, possible to go globally from Kazakhstan, from Astana. And to Aidana, I want to address this question. How have changes in workplace dynamics, such as remote work or flexible schedules, impacted women's experience in IT? Because before COVID, one of the restrictions for women who need to care about children, about home, it was really big, barrier to go to work. But now it's much more opportunities especially in IT. And I actually expecting positive dynamics. So Aidana, share, please, your thinking about this topic.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be among these renowned speakers, and thank you for inviting me. Yeah, and thank you for the question, Elena. I would like to address this by prompting a question first. Have you experienced on some sort of questions on your work environment whether you're gonna get married soon from your employers? Sorry. Yeah, that's a very tricky question. You know, family plays a central role in our culture. You know, we build families, and the central figure in the families is woman. And you know, woman takes a huge responsibility in building that family and producing another human beings into the world, right? And you know, this, of course, you psychologically embed that plan into your life. And also, you don't want to lose this career momentum that you have. You don't want to push aside your ambitions while planning your family, right? And whenever like this, I want to talk about this psychological torture that we are being placed into by asking these questions, because we know what that question means, meaning you're going to get married and you're going to get away from your career, meaning there is no reasons to invest in your professional learning, in your professional ambitions. This is basically cuts you even before you start. And of course, with the technological advancement, with the opportunities of a remote working, these things have positively affected on women's being less stressed about losing career momentum. That's certainly, there is a positive dynamics, because now you can build a very flourished and beautiful career remotely from home, and when you go into a maternal leave, you still can coexist in the professional life as well, equally, and it actually proves how physically, we always say about the cerebral equality with men, but we also prove that we physically are more advanced because we can actually have these two things handled together. And this is the great thing about women, what I admire about women the most. And of course, talking about this borderless career building is that you can build your career from Kazakhstan and anywhere else in the world. Also, this extreme scarcity of IT specialists played its role that now employees actually hire everyone. So basically, not only men. So, yes, and these things, but these things weren't specially designed for women. This happened accidentally. And like, I would even say it's a black swan. So I would say that we now, taking from that chances that arise accidentally, we can learn from it and build some programs and some special opportunities for women to find themselves much more comfortable in the work environment. that would include a family planning, maternal leave. Also, that would create some sort of an awareness or training programs for a man or for and a woman in higher positions that would stop them from asking these uncomfortable questions, right? Some HR trainings that would include this kind of important things. Sorry, I'm just like trying to translate my thoughts, so it's getting slow. All right, and also I would like to add to this shift in the work environment that now the technological advancement in AI and blockchain and any other emerging technologies allows start a business also without a presence somewhere, because we expanded to the 38 countries from Kazakhstan. In the most of our countries, I haven't been personally myself, where we fully operate. And we also see a lot of from 418 professors that we trained, 187 of them are women, and out of that 187 professors, there were majority of them were eager to build communities within their universities. They actually were much more proactive, and they gave us an idea to open technological centers in the universities that we run global university outreach program that trains professors. So it just shows that nature of a woman to build the communities, to actually be flexible, to bring more care into the communities that they build, and of course. And now communities being borderless, it gives much more opportunities to a woman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So next word I want to handle, before to handle next word, I just want to ask you, our audience, who are now having leadership role in IT? Who want to be a leader in IT? So, and now I want to give a word to our next guest, Ayumi. She is CEO and founder of Women India Global Organization, which is dedicated to closing the gender gap and empowering women to embrace technology. It's a global movement and now has chapters in 54 countries and cover more than a few 100,000 women. And we are in some way colleagues who promoting this agenda. And so for you, I want to address this question. What are the unique challenges and opportunities faced by women in leadership roles within the IT industry? You have a big experience, a lot of members, so interested in this worldwide experience. Please share.
Well, thank you so much. Yes, and the numbers have changed a little bit. So we were 54 a couple of weeks ago of chapters, and now we just reached 60, because yesterday in Almaty we opened Women in Tech Kazakhstan, which is going to be led by our chapter director here with me, Asem Bolatan. So thank you. And we're very excited to be coming to the region. It's our second chapter in the region after Uzbekistan. And I do look a little bit like I am from the region as well. People start talking to me in Russian. And I think in a past life, I must have been from Kazakhstan or Mongolia or Uzbekistan. Anyway, thank you for the warm welcome. Leadership is never easy, whether a woman or a man, but I think you for a woman, it's particularly challenging, and IT even more, because it's kind of a boys' club, like, let's say it. We are trying to change it, things are changing, but not fast enough. But there are many opportunities as well. So first, the challenges is already to become a leader, right? Because the pipeline, it really goes leaking all the way from after education, when you start up in the workforce, and all the way up. And there's this glass ceiling, I don't know, for maybe some of you were in the talk I was doing just now in the other hall, where these leadership roles they don't seem to fit, or people don't think there are too many women. And the data speaks for itself, right? I'm not talking about just saying, no, we don't think there are. There isn't, because numbers across the world, you have less than 30% of women in leadership roles. And in some countries, even G20 countries like Japan, they are less than 10%. So if you 1 out of 10, that's leadership. Right? So somehow we found there is a problem. And funny enough, yesterday I was talking to this lady that I met from, I think she was from Kyrgyzstan, and she's a CEO of this big bank. And she was telling me in a very positive way, in a funny way, she said, you know, when I became the first CEO of the company, and I'm the only one on the board as well, and all the management positions team, they're all at the top level, the last floor, you know, of the building. And because she was the first woman, there are no toilets for her. So she has to go down to another floor to go to the girls' toilet, although she is the CEO, because the only men's toilet on that floor. Well, it's a little bit of an anecdote, but it just says how things are thought. Everything is thought for male leadership, right? But things are changing, and not fast enough, as I said. Other challenges are, because women have more difficulties in reaching these positions, they think and they feel that they have to overperform, right? So they have to be better than everyone else. They have to, sometimes there's overloading of work, very, very long hours, and balancing this with family life. Because still in society and in most cultures, there's this pressure of you, if you work too much, if you're a woman, you're not going to be spending enough time with your family. So you labeled as a bad mother, although family should be, you know, the mother should be in the center. So instead of supporting them, they can be quickly labeled and stigmatized by even their own families on how they're raising their children or not having children. So if they have children, well, they maybe not spending enough time, and women who don't have children, well, you're not a complete woman, because it's difficult today for society to respect women's choices, whether they want to have a family or not. These are the one of few things. Funny enough, it's not only the IT sector, but overall in many other disciplines as well. In government, for instance, I was in this talk with Google a couple of months ago, and they say that for women politics, when you put Google the name of a politician, if it's a woman, the first thing that comes, you're going to laugh at this, is they want to see the woman naked. So these are the research notes. And if it's a man, they think who they want to marry to. And those are the data that we have in Europe for women politician and male politician. The first research questions are that, which is quite shocking. Opportunities are many, and this is what we're going to be focusing on. Because there's not enough women in leadership, now there are more and more laws, and people are being obviously not discovering, but acknowledging that diverse teams, they do better, and also that female leadership is something very praised, that perform better as well. Once again, this is data-based. So if the results are there, if companies are run better and have got better results, why not have more women? And so I know that in France, for instance, in Europe, there's this, it's not a quota, but they are putting forward in this law to have at least 40% of women in boards, in administration boards, until I'm not sure if it's 2025 or I think it's 30% for sure for 2025, and maybe 40% for 2030. In other countries, they want 30% for 2030. But either way, they are looking for more women, which means that they have to invest in women, in women's leadership, in women's mentoring, and just overall making sure that those voices are heard. Because it's not enough having women like we are here, or having women across, around the table on a board meeting, if they're just there just to tick a box. We're not there to tick boxes. We are there to make ourselves heard, to bring innovation, another point of view, and to bring, a prosperity to the business altogether. Other challenges that they have, and I think not even a challenge, but it's once again an opportunity and a must, is that once they are up there in the leadership positions, it's up to them to take other women up, right? It's not because they struggled so hard that they're up there and they said, oh my God, I struggled so much, I want all of them to struggle as much. No, this is not the way. You are there, even if you were the first one, is the first one of many. You open up the paths, and you are there to be role models, to be inspiration for leaders to come, and this is what we want. We want a society, we want companies, we want businesses, we want products and technologies that are going to be representing women, men, and people of all genders from all over the world. So I think the more women we have, the better the world will be.
Thank you very much. Also, like to add, I'm repeating it everywhere, that women in leadership roles, it's like was conducted a lot of studies, they provide 15% increase in profitability of the company, but at the same time, apparently we are like so sexual that first what came on the mind just like naked, you know, like more than maybe like profit is more interesting. It was interesting thing, I didn't know that. Thank you very much. So next word, I want to give another, our bright example of our leader woman, Laura Vaigorova. She is CEO and co-founder of SCP, all-in-one AI-powered platform for university admissions and career guidance. She is educator, entrepreneur, and polyglot. Laura, for you, I want to address this question. What are some emerging trends or technologies that present opportunities for women in IT? Now you see from your place, from Kazakhstan as an entrepreneur, you know, what you see, what you can do, you know, like from your point of view, please.
Thank you, Elena. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for having us all here, and me especially. It's an honor. And that's actually a great question. I think Professor Salma Abbasi already addressed some parts of this question, but I just wanted to say that actually, I mean, girls, women, everyone sitting in here, you need to know that there are plenty of opportunities for you out there. Really, there are so many opportunities. You just need to make sure that you seize all of them, and you don't waste your time on, you know, things that are not meant, you know, for you. We talked about cybersecurity. We talked about blockchain. We talked about cloud computing. All of these new areas of tech are available for you because if you look at the stats, as of 2023, only in cybersecurity, there were about 1.3 million vacancies that were not taken by anyone in the cybersecurity field. That means that there are a lot of positions, there is high demand for cybersecurity specialists, and they don't clarify that if they need a man or if they need a woman, meaning those positions are open for you. The same thing applies to cloud computing, to AI, to machine learning, to EdTech. I work in EdTech, and according to our own inner market calculations, the EdTech market globally increases by around 15–16%. That's an average, but there are also markets such as Uzbekistan, Nigeria, Indonesia, and other developing countries that grow at an even faster rate, meaning that there are a lot of job postings, opportunities for you, basically. And that's great. It's very optimistic, but I need to point out one really, really interesting thing that I don't remember who mentioned that, but I think Aidana, you did, that a lot of the jobs, a lot of the positions are unfortunately designed for men, and that kind of prevents some of us, some women, from applying for those jobs, from getting those jobs, or from pursuing those leadership careers. If we look at senior leadership positions in tech, in different tech companies, those big name companies like Google and Meta and others, there are only about 16% of senior leadership roles taken by women, unfortunately. And what we, I think, as women can do as a community and as people in general is to implement positive discrimination towards women. I don't know if anyone's going to hate me for that, but I'm a supporter of positive discrimination of women. It does sound bad, but there is no other way of creating this big pathway for girls and women to take up careers in tech, to take up university majors in tech or in business or in leadership, because men are raised by, fathers and mothers who instill in them this thought that they can be anything, that those CEO positions are made for them. And unfortunately, especially in a country like ours, this is not the mindset that we give to our girls. And if there would be more private schools, boarding schools, grants, tech grants, supporting women, of course, more parents would prepare their girls for that, saying that, there's this great institution that has a separate stipend, a separate scholarship for girls like you. And if you want to pursue that, there's this opportunity, let's seize it. So I firmly believe that if we do want to leverage all of those opportunities, we need to implement positive discrimination in one way or another. Otherwise, it's extremely difficult to support women, globally, because normally it's women like us sitting in a panel session like this one, discussing, talking to each other, and we've made it. In a way we did, but there are so many others who didn't, and I think using these kinds of regulations would actually make more women, more girls leverage those opportunities. If any of the colleagues would like to share an opinion on that, I'd be happy to hear that.
I would like to add, if you don't mind. Say, I saw the, yeah, sorry.
Thank you very much, Laura.
Thank you so much, Laura, for this inspiring speech. I wanted to just mention that hesitation that Laura had when she said about positive discrimination towards women. You see, even she has that hesitation of mentioning it, and she's afraid that she'll get a backlash for that.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting, just one small remark, because at STP, at our company, we do a lot of social project, meaning that we give out grants for students to study, and we have a special grants for girls to study English, to prep for foreign universities. And normally when we post something like that, there are a bunch of men complaining why there aren't any grants designed for boys or men. And there's a lot of hatred. But they don't understand the fact that girls and women are underprivileged, and they need to be given those kinds of opportunities. That's why I was hesitant, because whenever I say discrimination, some male representative in the room starts screaming.
I think I support you completely. Yes. It's not about, there is equality and there is equity, right? And the difference is as if you were running a race, and even like the access to education and to Wi-Fi and to technology and digital devices. Women, and globally, you've got 30% less access. So it's as if you're going to be running a race, but you start three-quarters, a third of the way behind. Equity is going to be pushing them, that thing that they are missing, so that you can all start at the same starting point. And so if it is making sure that women have access to sponsorships, to scholarships, to education, to training, this is the only way we're going to be all right. It does not mean that we are leaving men out of the way. What we have just done now in Peru with the government of Peru, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, together with Google, is that we put out a call for projects and a call for volunteers, people wanting to go into AI, 5,000 scholarships. And because we put that there for women, there were men also who applied, but we had at least almost 60,000 women which applied in 1 week. In only 1 week. And so so we had to choose the people, and ends up that 60% of this cohort is going to be women and 40% men. So we're not putting men out of the way, but we are making sure that women apply because they feel that they also belong there. If we don't put, unfortunately, women also, they feel it's not for them. you know? And it's also like that for many jobs. If you can see like in LinkedIn, if women, they don't have, there's a job description, and if they don't have exactly 100% all the boxes ticked, they say, oh, maybe I'm not good enough. But men, if they have at least 50%, they say, oh my God, I am the perfect person. I'm not saying, and it's just because we've got different mindsets, and then also because we have been brought up in different ways. But this is to say that if we don't really say, target the audience, and if you come from marketing, you know better than I do. If you don't say, okay, you are the target audience, hello, this is for you, you know, women will not take the stand because they don't think they are capable enough or they're ready enough or it's for them. So I think we have to do this kind of education.
I'd like to add to that. I think you're absolutely right. But in addition to that, if I look at the mothers, the actual behavior and your lack of feeling that you deserve it, it's coming from home. So it's how we raise our boys and girls should actually be the same. The confidence needs to be instilled in the girl when she's very young, that this is it. You don't give the girl the toy, the little doll, and the boy the Lego set. You give your kids the same toys. I have wrote here from the barriers in my opinion, is the attitude and the behavior from the family, parents number one, but the aunties and uncles who basically don't encourage you to get into these fields. And then in the early days in schools, you see the boys are playing with the computers and the girls are on the softer side, home economics. And what the hell is that? It's home science for you and physics and science for the boys. And those are the inequalities from the very beginning that need to be addressed. And the flaws in our teachers having that perception, stereotyping, the biases deep-rooted in teachers who encourage girls to go in the non-science. So the whole system, the ecosystem needs to reinforce young people to go in. And I think, you know, other than role models, which I think we'll come to in a minute, but I wanted to add to your point, and same thing is that we've said, is that the states need to have targets. Those targets need to be equal. I don't say that you should have extra benefits for girls, but if you put the numbers in front and you say, oops, in universities we only have 2% girls taking science, 100% of my students in Korea, 100% are all boys in robotics. Now, why are there no ladies in robots? However, when you go to the UAE, have you noticed that the robots are female? The robots serving you are girls. They have girl names, they have girl voices. I'm thinking, wait a minute, is there something wrong here? It's because who designed it must have been a man. Let's have this robot. Exactly. I would like to see it the other way around. So it's actually going to perpetuate unless we address it, because these are wrong.
Yes.
Because they will always make that gender gap get wider and wider.
Yes. And this is what has been happening for the past 40 years, right? There were more women in IT and coders back in the 80s than it is today in 2024, which is crazy. And I completely agree with you about the education. First, from when they're girls, you know, so I've got 2 boys and 2 girls. For me at home, it's gender equality all the way. You know? And it's true, the aunties and even ourselves, you know, when they're young, we say, oh, be careful, oh, how pretty you are. The first thing you say, how pretty you are. You don't say for a boy, oh, how pretty you are. You say, oh, wow, how brave, how agile, how sporty, you know, how energetic. Things are like that. And then when you come to high school, when they have to choose the path, even if, so I'm founder of Women in Tech. All my children know about women in tech, about women empowerment, about tech, ever since they were born. My daughter, when she was 15 years old and she had to choose, she said, I don't know what I want to do, Mom. I don't, you know, back then she didn't have a real passion for something, and she was very, very good at school, you know, like one of the best. So I said, well, go into tech, obviously, you know, take science, and then afterwards you can choose. And she says, well, my teacher says I should go into law and I should go into the literature because I write well. And I said, but why? She says, because I think my teacher knows me better than you, you know, my aptitudes. And this comes, so even at home, even if you're telling them, you know, you can do everything, you should take this because it opens up your, you know, possibilities. If at school, we have to take, you know, we have to teach teachers as well to take their biases out, because it's not as if she wasn't capable, but they said they put the direction there. So I think there's so much work to do, but that's also why it's so exciting as well. Sorry.
Thank you.
We are changing all your questions around.
For that discussion, actually, you answered already one of my questions without asking from my side. So, and let's move kind of like how to wrap it up. I want to hear like role models, like of course we have, like have to do, there is a room, but to inspire, like to move to that direction, it's like the best way is like to have role models. And now we have two role models from Kazakhstan here, young, like women who represent, but also I want to hear like some example of maybe successful women, like to share maybe international experience also, some examples who of maybe young women, you have a lot of members in your community, so maybe Ayumi will provide a couple of examples, but sorry, like no more than 4 minutes, please.
Okay. Yes, because for role models, I could go on for ages. We're going to be here tonight telling about all these wonderful women I've had the chance to meet. Let's take one, for instance, Sophie Smith. So Sophie Smith, she's a wonderful woman. She's British now, and then she traveled all over the world. She made her first startup in Africa, where she wanted to bring in education. But when she arrived there, she thought that, well, people need much more basic needs. There was too much trash and too little roads. So what she did is she transformed trash into roads, asphalt, to make roads. After that, it really grew. She made wonderful things. She managed to connect 90% of rural areas through this program. She eventually sold that to her partner, and now she's based in the UAE, and she has 4 children, all under the age of 5, so I don't know how she does that, but she's great. And she started to focus on women's health, because the #1 cause of women's health and even death in the Middle East countries mostly comes from cancer, and from undetected cancer, whether it's breast cancer or whether it's from ovarian cancer. And lots of women, they're not aware of it, and they lack confidence, or they don't think they should go and consult, especially when you're not in the big cities. So she's opening, she's got this femtech platform that's allowing women to go get checked and verified in a very, even in a digital way, so that we can improve health of women. So Sophie Smith is one of a great, and she speaks so well, she's brilliant. Another woman is Avanti Sharma. So she is a teen, because there's no age, right? So even as a teen, ever since she was coding, ever since she was 12, I have met her when she was 12 in Lisbon. She's Indian, but she's based in Luxembourg. And every weekend she has a little, she has a workshop called Workshop for Me. So she works with the cinema houses in Luxembourg that can host her and her classmates every weekend, where she teaches even children younger than her how to do Scratch, how to make little robots, run, how to do coding, how to make websites. And I think this girl, she's incredible, and she was just the main MC presenter of the Nexus 2050 conference in Luxembourg under the high patronage of the Prince, and she's only 17. So that's another great name. And I could go on and on and on, but we would not be here. So I will let my panelists share their stories and their role models.
Thank you very much for inspiring examples, so we can, follow. Maybe somebody will imagine.
And if I can add another one, obviously Asem here, she's our director, but not only is she being director now for Women in Tech Kazakhstan, she's the CEO of what company? I don't even know. Of this huge company here in Kazakhstan. And she's a marathonian. Because, oh my God, if you have already, I don't know how many of you do sports here. Do you run? But it's so hard. I started going back to running. And I run 10 kilometers. I can't even move for the past, for the next 2 weeks. And she's a marathonian who has already done 3 marathons around the world. And she's going to be doing her 4th one now in Berlin in September. So I think it's a good example of what you can do with your heart, giving back to the community as an entrepreneur, as a corporate leader, and also as a sportswoman and as a mom. So she's another role model for me.
Okay. Thank you. So, but let's look at that from another side, and I want to ask next question about stereotypes and barriers which, like prevent women to go and be really successful. So I want to ask that question Aziza Shuzheva, and the question is, how can we address harmful stereotypes and biases that hinder women's progress in IT?
Thank you. I think we know all about stereotypes, and in my opinion, the best way to overcome stereotypes in society about the role of women is by women themselves. If we support each other, share experience and knowledge, we can overcome stereotypes and the gender gap in many areas. But unfortunately, many women do the opposite. They try to compete unfairly. They create problems for each other, and instead of sharing their experience, they violate copyright. Sadly, even our organization, Techno Women, has had to face this situation recently. One person recently tried to misappropriate our intellectual property, and it was women. And I think such ethics are not acceptable in sisterhoods. We should support each other. After a negative case study, we developed a new strategy. Our main principle in this regard are integrity, inclusion, and diversity. These are the principles on which we build our partnerships, and we promote these principles to our women in the Central Asia. We believe that digital must be built on integrity, promoting diversity in the ICT field, supporting inclusion at all levels to ensure equal opportunities for everyone. And another example, not from IT, I think it will be interesting for our foreign guests. Last year, women in Kazakhstan got together and managed to pass a law against domestic violence. I think you heard about Sultanat's murder case. Maybe you heard
From
about
Kazakhstan?
Yes,
No, I
in
didn't.
Kazakhstan. And I was an expert and participated in the drafting on this law. And this case also showed that only together women can achieve great results and move society forward. New law in Kazakhstan against domestic violence is a victory of all Kazakhstan's women.
And all the women around the world.
Yes.
And unfortunately, this is not local. It's around the world, whether it's a poor country, big countries, advanced, all around the world. One of the main, there's feminicides all around, and I think, salute, thank you for, and well done for this law, because it's so important, you know. Women's lives are just disappearing because of domestic violence. So I think this, even before talking about tech, they just have, talking about safety. It's so important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is anybody want to add about this, like biases or like these harmful strategies, which may be specific
I
for
think we
women?
all have biases, right? Like even ourselves, we all, it's how we are made ever since we were born, our culture, our education, the people. The thing is being aware of the biases we have. It's okay to have biases because we all do, and how to correct them if they are too stereotyped. Right?
Yes, but maybe, you know, like always there is a like individual, but also there is some biases which group has, and we are like as women also maybe have some specific like generally, maybe, if you have an opinion, of course.
Well, there are lots of biases, stereotypes. I don't know if I understood your question, but against women and minorities altogether. and especially just now I was in my talk, it's these biases that we have in the real world, with real people, we're putting it's all about the data, right? It's in the data. And the thing is, AI today, with this machine learning, they are fed by data. So with the data, there is bias. It's going to be coming back into the system, into all the new products, and into the prompts, into the answers of AI today. All the biases in the data are coming out. But the thing is, when they come out from AI, they are amplified, so they become even bigger. So stereotypes on what women's roles are, what women's jobs are, etc., on leadership roles, or even worse, on medical things, they can come out. And there has been research done that the medical corps are now using more and more AI, but some of the results are being false, and they're going to be dangerous for women. There was even deaths already because they assimilate women to small men. And we are not small men. Like, our bodies are done differently. So even the medication is being different. Not only for women, but also people from other minorities of color, that also genetically, like hormonally, there are differences per culture. And so this is something that can be life-threatening, I think. So there's one thing is the aspect of society, and the other one is health.
Okay, thank you very much. It's just 4 minutes left. Maybe, Professor, you will tell what you want to say, and also final note.
First of all, thank you so much for this excellent panel, and I truly appreciate the different perspectives that are shared. I think one of the most important things for me in the society, especially looking at all these young people here, the bias in society that we are figures to be exploited is probably the biggest issue that I worry about. And that is that a woman, a girl, is a sexual object. As digital progresses, why is it an acceptability that we have to be violated physically and online? And why is that entertainment? So we have to sort of reset our moral compass, and we need to be actively involved in this area, wherever our ages are. Because if we still remain to be an entertainment piece, then we will never move into the position of leadership, as my colleague said. And we know that deep fake has been used in the UK to create pornographic images of politicians, movie stars, and girls. And that's like every single day it's coming up. And there needs to be an acknowledgement. Lovely that you have the law, but we need to be able to say that we need to stop now. This is not entertainment when women are beaten. It's not entertainment when women are raped or disrespected or harassed, because those numbers are only going up. And in this room, you were all these different age groups. You need to own this space and say, this is not happening, I'm not going to buy it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we still have 2 minutes. Maybe somebody want to say, like, for 30 minutes, kind of like final word, like one or couple of sentences. Who wants?
Yeah, you can go ahead. Yeah, I just wanted to add on to Professor Salma Bassi's point about women being considered as objects. This is something that we really need to tackle, especially in our country. And that, again, I think we can do by raising our children, our siblings, our, nephews differently. Because I think from very early childhood, again, there is a big discrepancy, like there is a big difference in the way a boy is being raised versus how a girl is being raised. So if we manage to instill this very thought that we all are human beings, individuals, and the way we look, the way we dress, the way we, non-verbally maybe communicate does not determine anything about us. And it doesn't allow anyone to touch us, to approach us, to humiliate us. So this is something that we should all work on, I think.
If I
Thank
can
you very
add-
much, and
if I can
thank
add to
you
this.
everybody for really, insightful and hot sometimes discussion. It was really interesting, and please, we have presents for everybody in this session. Also, do mutual picture. Thank you very much for our audience.
I wanted to thank you, Elena, because it was such a, well, I had so much fun. I could carry on having tea and coffee with the girls. And so thanks, Elena, for...
This is some presents for you. This is books about entrepreneurs in Central Asia. It was published by Nazarbayev
Are we, you want us to the center? Maybe in the center, yeah. Because the engineers
inclusion and transformation.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us today for this exciting panel discussion on space technology as an integral part of digitalization. My name is Adel Sultan Lepes, and I'm a Director of Business Development of Galam, and I'm honored to be your moderator today. We are living in a time when space technology is no longer isolated industry, but is transforming sectors like telecommunications, agriculture, disaster monitoring. From improving sustainability efforts to helping solve critical challenges through AI and satellite data, the impact of space technology is immense. Today, we will explore how space technology is playing a pivotal role in the digital transformation of industries, economies, and nations. I'm excited to introduce our distinguished panelists who will share their expertise and insights with us today. Let me introduce by our guest, Benjamin Pigona Harani, Senior Director of Customer Success at Planet, who brings immense knowledge about satellite data and how it's reshaping industries worldwide. And I would like to introduce Mr. Khairjan Khujaev, Chairman of the Board of Kazakhstan Gharsh Sapara, who will provide us with insights from Kazakhstan and its role in our digital future. On my left, we do have Mr. Vasily Leonov, Deputy Chairman of RCSC, who will discuss the regional efforts in satellite communications and their impact on national infrastructure. And finally, Bat Ulzi Batchulum, Director General of Digital Development Policy, Implementation and the Coordination Department of Ministry of Digital Development, Innovation and Communications of Mongolia, who will help me to ask our questions to our panelists. During this panel session, each of our speakers will provide a brief speech for 7 minutes, then we will transition to a discussion. I encourage each speaker to focus on the theme of space technology. We will also look at how integration of space technology with digitalization can bring about sustainable development in the regions like Central Asia and beyond. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Khairjan Khojayev, Chairman of the Board of KGS. Mr. Khairjan, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. For me, it's a big pleasure to meet you and welcome you on this event. Sorry, do you hear me well? Okay. Just a second. Yeah. First of all, for me, it's, I really appreciate and respect that you find the time to join this event. For last few decades, space technology make a big jump in our lives, and everything is somehow digitalized. These platforms and digitalization helps us and sometimes give opportunity to government and business to interact in more easiest way. From another hand, it helps to government to save money for operating process and working with business as well. As a KGS, at least for last 5 years, we are elaborating on digital platforms which are based on the data from Earth observation remote sensing satellites. As you know, we national company KGS, and we are operating 3 Earth observation satellites and using this data. But of course, demands of the government, demands of the business in platform to improve our daily life, it's become higher. And data which we are receiving right now, it's not enough. And we, to develop this platform time after time, buying some data to improve efficiency of this platform. For example, we're buying from our guests from Planet as well. Yeah. So, to be honest, we solved a lot of issues and questions during this time. We developed platform which help us to digitalize different areas. For example, issues linked with ecology, mining, forest funds, etc. One thing I would like to mention is that we need to take into account that what we're doing, we're not alone. There is in Kazakhstan a lot of private companies who are elaborating maybe similar platforms as we are doing. We really appreciate that they are doing, and I think it's a good case when it's a national company as we do, and private companies are working in parallel ways, because through their experience we can easily find our drawbacks and can fix them. On top of that, as I mentioned, in advanced growth demand of the data pushed us to accelerate the development of existing space program as well. Our goals to launch in 2027 3 remote sensing satellites, medium resolutions, and it will be like short-term goals, because on top of that, we are going to start high resolution program as well. These upcoming satellites and existing satellites, I hope to help us, and of course of support of our partners, to solve a lot of issues which is our government and business struggling. Our main goal is to do communication between government and business more smooth as we can. We are open for any collaboration, to be honest, and thank you again for your time. If you have any questions, we'll be glad to answer on them. Thank you.
Thank you, Khairjan, for sharing those valuable insights. And it was a very short speech. And yeah, it's okay. So our next speaker is Benjamin Trigona-Harani, Senior Director at Planet. Benjamin, we are excited to hear your thoughts on how satellite data and AI is shaping the future. The floor is yours.
Thank you.
Thank you, moderator, and the rest of the panelists for having me here to speak about space data and how it can advance digitalization. So I thought I'd start this talk with a personal story. And I realized as I was planning this trip that I first came to Kazakhstan exactly 20 years ago. And my own personal observation is that obviously this region has changed quite a bit in 20 years. And I don't think it's too extreme of a prediction to say that probably it's going to change a lot in the next 5, 10, 20 years again. And what's different, I think, about, say, maybe change in the last period compared to change in the futures. I think we're being a lot more conscious about change these days. We're thinking about how we can execute change while thinking responsibly. Think about how sustainability will be impacted by the things we do. Just overall, just a lot more conscious of the impact that we're having. And that actually brings me to the company that I work for. So as was mentioned, we are partners with KGS here in Kazakhstan. The company I work for is named Planet, and we are an Earth observation company, so we take images of the Earth. And Planet was founded taking advantage of some of the changes that have also happened in the space sector. So launching satellites into space has become a lot more, well, just a lot cheaper, a lot more accessible than it used to be in the past. There's been changes in this satellite manufacturing that have enabled us to do things differently than maybe were done traditionally in the past. And what was the principle upon which our company was founded? Well, our founders had the idea that if we created a large number of very small satellites, we could actually image everywhere on Earth every single day. So every single place on Earth every single day. And then the next part of that was making this data available to everybody on Earth as often as possible. And I think from this you can see that this is a big change. In the past, space data used to only be available to, say, a small number of very powerful governments or maybe a small number of companies. And that's changed quite a bit now. And the impact of this is that we're seeing a lot of really unique innovation around the use of space data, which just didn't exist in the past because it just wasn't available to people. So one of the mottos that we have at our company is that you can't fix things on Earth if you can't measure what's happening on Earth. And there are lots of different ways that you can measure things from space, right? You can look from space and you can understand if crops are healthy or if they're diseased. You can understand, how big a city has grown in the past year. You can understand when a factory was built or a mine was built or a road was constructed. You can understand the risk of a fire breaking out in a particular region just by using space data. So what we're seeing is that there's a real growth in people who are exploring these different applications of space data, right? So whether they're academics or whether they're governments or whether they're startups. I mean, look at how many startups outside this door. I didn't see any space startups, but if they can hear me, I would ask them, are you looking at space data as one of the things that you could be using to better the country here or to increase the impact of the things that you're trying to do? So I've talked a lot about opportunities of the changes in space and the opportunities it brings, but there are actually some challenges that are coming as well. And one of the challenges is that I work for one company with, yes, a lot of satellites, and one company alone, we are producing a lot of data on a daily basis, right? So Planet is capturing about 200 million square kilometers of Earth data every single day and downloading it from our satellites and making it available to our users. 200 million square kilometers is more than the entire surface of the Earth, right? That's a lot of data. And we're doing it every single day. And we're just one company. There's many other companies that are doing similar things or have their own satellites. There's countries who are producing data. There's programs to provide space data for free out to individuals. And So what's the problem? Well, the problem is sometimes it can be hard to find the valuable information because there's so much data. How do you deal with all this data if you are trying to build a company or you're trying to run a ministry in a government? As an example, you might look at a mine out in a remote area. You might look at it for 99 days in a row, and every day it looks pretty much the same. And then on the 100th day, suddenly there appears, the first signs that there could be a disaster, that could impact people or impact the environment. And these are real examples. These are real things that we have seen from space. And the point I'm trying to make is you can't have a human that's looking at every single one of those images, right? There's just too much data. So that brings us to, obviously, the topic that I think we're interested in today is, well, how are we going to solve these kind of problems? We have immensely valuable data, but how are we going to solve it? And we're going to solve, well, one of the ways that we are observing that people are solving it is by applying artificial intelligence to these very large data sets. So artificial intelligence can find things as efficiently as a human, but more important, they can do it in a scalable way, right? We can throw enough computing power at it that they can look at all of those images that a human couldn't. And this is really opening up a lot of possibilities. So again, if you think about all the data that's being created by all the different satellites up there, and you imagine that there's a lot of innovators out there building models to find interesting things, like we see this as the path forward. And by the way, we are lucky that this rapid development in artificial intelligence is happening at the same time that we're getting this people are getting access to all of this new data. And also, I would say, we're also lucky that we have all this data because you need the data to train very powerful artificial intelligence. If there wasn't enough data, the models wouldn't be as good quality, we wouldn't be able to do as many interesting things. So before I wrap up, I thought I'd mention an example of how artificial intelligence is having an impact on that topic that I mentioned at the beginning, which was sustainability. So one of the users of our data is actually the federal police in Brazil. And they're responsible for monitoring what's happening in the Amazon rainforest. The Amazon rainforest, of course, is very important for the Earth as a whole, not just Brazil, but all of us on Earth. And it's also under threat. There's lots of illegal logging, there's illegal mining, and we are losing the forest. And the police there has decided to use satellite data to monitor their land. So they're using our space data, they're using artificial intelligence-enabled tools to see what's happening, and more importantly, to find places where they can use their limited resources to address this problem. And in the past, I think just the past 4 years, they've managed to get $2 billion worth of fines or penalties on people who are doing illegal things or seized assets. So as I said, this is just one example of how it is being applied today by a government with the hope of bettering things on Earth, but also for improving the sustainability that we have in our countries. So with that, I'll leave it, and I think we'll have a chance to talk more about the applications of AI as this panel continues. So thank you.
Thank you, Benjamin, for your perspective and highlighting the role of data analytics and in advancing space technology using AI. So I would like to invite, let me see. I would like to invite Batulzi Batchulum, Director General of Digital Development Policy Implementation and the Coordination Department of Ministry of Digital Development of Mongolia. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Director Idris Sultan. First of all, it's my third time in Astana, and I love the beautiful city, and I love the people here. It's every time I'm always happy to come here. And thanks for having me. For Mongolia, we have a problem of many countries have same problems, as maybe even more because of we vast country, size of the country, but very few people. We have so many places that has very few people, without government services, and we have so many livestock. We lose livestock. Just for last year, winter, we lost 7 million of livestock from the winter, harsh winter. So all those many disasters and many problems, to fix those problems, as Benjamin just said, we have to measure it first to solve any problem. I completely agree with that. I used to work as a CIO of the Ulaanbaatar city government. All problem was too much problem. We need to first measure it. In order to measure it, we need data. What kind of data is actually imagery data, mapping, and all the sensing data. So that's why lately Mongolia also, our government started this initiative, Vision 2050. In this program, we actually specifically said we're gonna use the modernized technology to solve most of our problems to become digital nation. So as that, we actually trying to have our own satellites, because until now we don't have any satellites, own satellites. When we buy imagery from the satellite, it's already outdated or not refreshed frequently. That's why we still know these many problems as old time. It's like already past. We have to forecast some problems to fix some problems. So in near future, we're just also from yesterday, we just talked about with the National Space Center of Kazakhstan. We also talking about flying the satellite to the space to use the satellites which Kazakhstan National Space Center is already have, maybe co-sharing the satellite. This is only on the discussion right now, but still, I think it's a very good idea that as Kazakhstan and Mongolia, we have so many in common, and we have so many, I think we have so many similar problems as a big country, and many places that human can't go and check and fix the problems also. That's why we might need to use the resources together to maybe fix the problems. And also we are thinking about using we're planning to have two kind of satellites, one for the communication satellite. Actually, communication satellite is also very important for us because Mongolia is a sandwich to the two biggest country in the world. Now, we only access to the internet through this two country. Maybe we should have add additional communication for our nation. So we're trying to have fly the next satellite, communication satellite, and also we're thinking about planning to have a Earth observation satellite too. So this is the case right now. Maybe if we have this our own satellite and also having this information imagery, then we might have not lost so many livestock or human lives. Maybe we can prevent many disasters in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Batulzi. And you should definitely come to Galan. We would help you with manufacturing the satellite. And finally, I would like to invite Mr. Vasily Leonov, Deputy Chairman of RCSC, to share his thoughts on space communication and impact on Kazakhstan's digital infrastructure. Vasily, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Adil Sultan. Hello, dear distinguished guests. I like the word distinguished. Sounds great. Yeah. All these days, all this event, we are discussing the digitalization. Today we are speaking about space technologies in digitalization. I'm a bit tired of digitalization. I didn't took today a tablet or some digital device. I took some paper with me. Okay. I'm a representative of Republican Center of Space Communication. It's our company is a satellite telecommunication operator in the Kazakhstan, and I would like to speak about the role of space telecommunication, satellite telecommunication in digital processes ongoing in our country. These days, we all understand that we cannot imagine our life without a lot of digital things. It's like big part of our life is already online. We use digital services, governmental services. Most of urban people already getting the TV content via IP, and so on. All the aspects of our life in different ways, it's already digitalized. So, for me, telecommunication and digitalization are one solid thing, because they cannot like existing apart. And as I said, urban people, urban population are mostly have an access to vice versa. I think good quality of communication, communication channels, digital services, but the population of rural areas, faraway villages, some points on the map, they do not have such good services, and even these days there are a lot of small villages which are not connected to internet at all. In Kazakhstan, you know, Kazakhstan is a large country. It's 9th place in the world, territory of Kazakhstan. We have a lot of small villages, small cities, and for now more than about 1,000 of them are not connected at all to the internet. I don't say about mobile internet, I say any internet, any connectivity. So, and we do realize that making landlines, getting the cable to such regions, such places, is very inefficient. It costs a lot to bring the cable to the middle of nowhere and to serve it. It's very expensive, it's a long time, it's very ineffective. So the satellite communication very helps in this situation. And as an example, I wanted to tell you about the thing our company implements. Right now, we already implemented the project of 176 rural villages, rural areas, which are connected with our national communication, satellite communication system, CASSAT. Our company operates these satellites, and we are bringing connectivity to these villages and made Wi-Fi hotspots in these villages. So citizens, people of these villages can come to a certain place and use all the services via internet. And it's very effective. These villages are less than 200 people population. Some of them do not have roads over there. Some of them do not have clean water over there. But for now, they do have an internet and can use at least governmental bank services and get some content. I don't say that it's a fiber optics. No, it's not a fiber optics, but it's still, they can use it. We see the traffic, they use it a lot, and they happy that they get such possibility. But still, there is a lot of more villages in Kazakhstan which need to have this communication. So right now, our national space system are not able to give this connectivity to each of these villages. So we are taking into account new technologies. New technologies, I'm saying about non-GSO technology, new satellite operators. And right now also we are, together with the Starlink company, we are implementing project of bringing broadband access to rural schools. The number of the schools which will be connected is 2,000. This is a goal. And right now it is already connected 1,732 schools. And just for understanding, we started to connect these schools in the April of this year. So it means it took us less than half a year to connect about 2,000 schools. It's amazing. You will never do it with the fiber. Also, we are taking into account possibility of cooperation with other non-GSO systems. You know, right now, China makes its own satellite system called Space Sail. We are have a dialogue with them. They're ready to place the infrastructure here in Kazakhstan and bring their service here. Eutelsat OneWeb Group is already close to the ending of the construction of their gateway and point of presence in Kazakhstan, and in the next year they will start to make services in Kazakhstan. So all these technologies will help us to solve the problem of this digital divide. And of course we are looking to the future. We are traditional GSO satellite operator, so we are thinking of replacing our existing satellites, and we are now starting the project of the replacement satellite, where we want to implement multi-spot beam satellite system in K-band. So it will allow us to bring new high-throughput channel, satellite high-throughput channel services to citizens and operators of our country, and will allow us to make our role in eliminating of this digital divide. And also, actually I wanted to finalize on this words, but I'm very glad that I meet here Batulchi, and I totally agree that Kazakhstan and Mongolia have same specific in our countries, and I think we should cooperate anyway, and we are ready to share our experience how to solve these issues with connectivity, with like reducing a digital divide using satellite technologies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vasily, for providing in-depth look on communication satellite services. So let's move on to follow-up questions. And I would like to start asking questions, Benjamin first. Benjamin, you mentioned that Planet handles a lot of Earth observation data. So could you please tell us what is it like to work with a large amount of data before AI becomes an AI thing? And how was that a limiting factor?
Yeah, so it's an interesting question. So obviously, Earth observation data is not new, and people were working with Earth observation data a long time before this new era of artificial intelligence. And I want to be careful. I don't want to say that, you know, you can't do anything with Earth observation data, you can't do anything with space data unless you have AI. That's actually not true. People have been using satellite imagery for a long time and have developed very sophisticated techniques to get value out of the data that doesn't require artificial intelligence. So maybe the classic example, the example that is the most obvious and the easiest to give is the analysis of agricultural fields, right? You can use satellite imagery, no artificial intelligence, and you can learn so much about crops. You can understand when they are in their stage of development. You can understand what diseases they might have. You can understand when you need to put water on the crops, when you need to put fertilizer. You can understand when you need to harvest them. And again, none of this requires any recent technology. These techniques have been known about for decades. And people are using that still today. They used it back then and they're using it today. And there's many, again, the largest agricultural companies in the world are all using these techniques to inform farmers on the activities that they should be taking. So again, like artificial intelligence has changed how we work with satellite imagery. It hasn't, it's not the start of things. What I think is new and is important to remember is that the old techniques and the new techniques, as I can call them, actually work together very well. So the agricultural companies that I mentioned using traditional Earth observation analyses are now starting to go into artificial intelligence too, and bringing these two together and getting even better results than they could in the past. Probably the place where artificial intelligence has really changed things is when you think about how to find objects or how to find change in large amounts of data. That's the part that's really been revolutionary, because in the past, you often just literally had to have a human looking at the imagery, and as I mentioned earlier, that's not really practical anymore because of the volumes of imagery are just so large these days. Thank you.
I see, that's interesting. Tell us about what's the number of constellation satellites you have and what does Planet see as a next step?
Yeah, so currently Planet is operating two main types of satellites. So we have currently a very large number. When I say large number, we're over 150 small satellites. So these are, I'm showing you the size of it here right now with my hands, quite small satellites. And again, they're produced in very large numbers and they're put into space with the intention of capturing as much of the Earth's surface as possible every single day. And again, they do something which is a little bit different than maybe some traditional satellite constellations, and that is they're always on, they're always operating. Nobody has to tell them, take a picture now, or go and look at this particular location. They're just looking everywhere all the time. On the other hand, we do have a smaller number of large satellites which use that old model. And they're the ones where you would contact Planet and you would say, can you take an image of this location? And then they will move and they will take a picture of the area that you're interested in. And these two, the difference between these is that the second type of satellite, the big ones, they can take images that are much higher resolution, so much higher quality. So for certain applications, you might need a very high resolution image, so you would use that type of satellite. For other applications, the smaller satellites are just good enough for you, and you can use those, and you know that we will always have an image available for you. We are planning a next generation of satellites, and I can actually bring together a couple of topics when I talk about these, and that is, we talked about AI and how it is advancing the analysis of data here on Earth. Well, one of the challenges that we as a satellite operator have is we are capturing a lot of data and we have to bring it down to Earth. And that sometimes can be difficult because you have to have ground stations and there's capacity problems. So one of the things that we're looking at is our new satellites will actually have hardware on board so that you can actually run AI algorithms on the satellites. And the idea here is that we want to download the images that are valuable. And the images that don't have anything new or interesting in them, we can just leave them on the satellite or download them later when we have the ability to do so. But bring down the important imagery first, to help people who are building solutions that require fast access to imagery. So AI, yes, it's helping us here on Earth, but soon you'll actually see it up in space as well.
I see, that's great. So you have a AI computer on your own board, so that it does review whether images are good enough to send it back to Earth? I see. Can you give us an example of how your users are leveraging AI to solve their particular problems?
Yeah, absolutely. So I mentioned the case of the federal police in Brazil when I was giving my main talk, but there's a lot of other applications for it as well. And probably the one that comes to mind first is, I'm sure a lot of you remember the very devastating earthquakes that happened in Turkey and in Syria last year in 2023. And this is, again, this was an opportunity to show that artificial intelligence mixed in with a large data set, satellite imagery, can have a very practical application to help people. And you know, when there's a large disaster like this, there's many people in cities, there's many people in isolated towns or villages who need help. And the question that authorities have is, where do I use my limited resources? And in the wake of that disaster, we were capturing imagery like we always do. And through one of our partnerships with Microsoft, they used a building detection model, so artificial intelligence, to go and find the locations of buildings in the satellite imagery. And what they were able to do was to use their model to basically look at an old image and say there was a building here, and then look at a new image and say there is not a building here anymore. And comparing those two, they could basically calculate how many buildings were damaged, how many buildings were completely lost. And then, of course, then you can provide that information to the people who are responsible for using the resources to best help people. So this is something we did, you know, obviously we didn't plan this, but we did it very quickly after that particular earthquake. And that same technology is being used in other places now. So just as an example, like, identifying the scale of loss in Gaza, which is obviously undergoing its own form of destruction right now. We're able to quantify and calculate exactly how much is happening there, and same thing in other areas as well.
Thank you very much for providing your responses. It's very interesting to hear your thoughts. And now I'd like to move over to Khajan. KGS, they've been using satellite data to monitor illegal activities such as unauthorized mining and also deforestation. Could you please provide us examples of how space technology already helped in taking those actions?
Okay, I can share some example cases which we actually did in the past years. We developed some application, we call it platforms. It's Tabiat. It's mostly work like to define the illegal logging area and the forest dumps. Gives the opportunity to not only define and change what's going on around the forest. It gives the opportunity to detect illegal logging or illegal mining in this area. On top of that, we can easily give opportunity not only be a kind of prosecutor to give a control on find somebody who is guilty. We give opportunity to more private sector or business to get a chance to get faster license. For example, given this kind of license of authorization for the private sector, I think it's another benefit which we usually forgetting to highlight. From one side, we defined and taking account what we did, it's really reduced. I think I cannot be correct. It's around maybe a couple of billions lands, and mining was defined which working incorrect and stopped. And on top of that, there is a lot of new business which started by using our applications. So because some of our citizens doing the wrong things, not because they like tricky guys, because they sometimes do not understand how to get the right license, or they do not go through the big level of bureaucracy. So our solutions, our platforms, I think somehow trying to solve these issues.
I see, that's cool. KGS has some multiple platforms, and would you be able to explain, would it be possible to use it in different areas of industry, let's say disaster monitoring?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We working in this area as well. We got a task from our government to develop a few platforms. One for fire disaster monitoring, second for flooding. As most of you know, so we have big trouble this springtime. The floods was make a lot of disaster in Kazakhstan, and we have a goal till the end of this year to develop 2 platforms which work with water resource and monitor and modeling the potential impacts on the floods, upcoming floods. So we actually doing in parallel ways, we are trying to share data we have from Earth observation satellites, have from other governments like data of change of temperature, level of water, etc. With the European Caspian system, we're trying to improve open source solutions as well. In parallel, we're developing our own. Through our experience, I think it's better to do 2 things in parallel to somehow to check the efficiency of results.
Yeah, thank you very much for your response. It seems like with the satellite data, we can improve our decision-making process. Next, I would like to move over to Vasily. Vasily, you mentioned that RCSC is partnering with Starlink, connecting more than 1,700 schools in rural areas. Tell us what would be the expected outcome of this project?
Yeah, thanks for this question. Outcome of the project of connecting 2,000 schools is 2,000 schools connected. Yeah, but the main, I'm joking, it was like, the mission of the government. Our president said to connect all the schools with the proper connectivity, with the proper throughput, which will be enough to make the process of education online. That schools could get the digital content of some educational platforms, some even YouTube. On YouTube there is a lot of lessons. Teachers all over the world, they make the good educational content, and also pupils could have a good IT classes. And the recommendation of, I believe, UNESCO or United Nations is for the school is having more 400 pupils. The connectivity should be not less than 20 megabits per second. And of course, it's like a fiber optics. And the Starlink technology helped us to make fast and with a proper quality, this connectivity to these schools. So we expect that using the satellite technology, not only Starlink technologies, but also non-GSO technologies will come to Kazakhstan, and our future Kasa-3R satellite, we will be able to make such services to government, to governmental bodies, to social organizations with a good satellite channels with a high throughput in any place of our country.
I see, that's interesting. Tell us, how can you ensure that there is no area is left behind without communication?
Didn't catch.
So tell us, how do you ensure that no area is left without communication?
No problems.
Yeah.
I believe you ask about this new non-GSO technology, yeah?
Not only non-GSO, let's say about we have a rural areas that there is no GSM access or internet access at all. So how do you ensure with the satellite communications that these areas are not left behind?
Well, this is the greatest thing of satellite communication and satellites at all. When you have a coverage of the satellite, you can bring the connectivity over there. You're just taking the user terminal, or we call it VSAT. You go to the place, and all you need is electricity. That's it. After that, you are implementing the satellite channel with a certain throughput parameters, and you have a connectivity at this place. If the electricity is stable, the communication channel will be stable.
I see. Okay. Thank you very much. Let's move over to Batulzi. Batulzi, could you please tell us about, is there any Mongolia Space Agency or any future steps to create one? Tell us about, is there any Mongolian Space Agency? Agency?
Space agency.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what future steps?
Well, this is the space technology and satellite. These things are still new for Mongolia. We are learning and trying to do what others didn't. Maybe trying to not to do some failed projects or others have done. Maybe we are trying to learn many things. Right now we have only space committee, National Space Committee, but we have no specific like agency yet. So, but we're planning to create a space agency, maybe under our ministry. Right now, we understand that very importance of having our own satellite, communication satellite. Just now, Vasily was talking about those schools needs to connect it to the internet. We have this exact same problem. So many schools very far from the village, or some small schools, or even just the families are living, because we are a nomadic life. Yeah, so we follow where the livestock goes or has to go. So it's same thing. We can't connect everyone with the fiber optic. So as this conference, same meaning, no one left behind for digital connectivity, digitalization. We have to have our own satellite to connect everyone throughout the country without any problems. If there is any emergency situation, or if they need some medical attention, anything, then first thing is that connection is the key thing that we need to provide. So that's why we are trying to build and everything, but still on the planning. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for providing your future plans, and it's very interesting. Benjamin, I have a question for you. Could you please share us what are the most critical challenges that planet faces with its vast amount of satellite constellation? So planet has lots of satellite, and it's a huge constellation. So what are the critical challenges that planet faces? Is it receiving data from ground stations? And if you could share your thoughts on this.
Yeah. So we've been operating our small satellite constellation for almost 10 years now, a little bit less. And so this is the one where I said we have a very large number of small satellites. And I would say at this point, we have gotten very skilled at managing these satellites. And the reason why, for us, I'm not going to say it's easy, but we have a very good system for doing it, is from the very beginning, we automated it. So when you have 100 or 200 satellites in space, it's not possible for a human to be managing each one of those satellites. There's too much that needs to happen. And what we did from the very beginning is we built an automated system for controlling those satellites. And so, I mean, the things that we're doing is, sometimes the satellites need to turn off so we can update the software, or the satellites need to turn so that they can recharge their batteries using solar panels, or sometimes they need to stop imaging so that they can communicate with a ground station to downlink the data onto Earth. So all of these activities are happening around the clock, and for each one of those, 200 satellites that we have up in space. So this was a big challenge for us, but I think it's one that we would consider right now largely solved. So talking then about what challenges are we facing, I would say the capacity issue that you mentioned there, it's like, how do we get the data, so much data from space down to Earth, is one that we're always thinking about and trying to get better at, because the faster that we can get it down, the faster that you will have access to it. And, I talked about the AI up in space concept. That's a great idea for the future, but it doesn't help the satellites which are already up in space, right? We can't go and add hardware onto those ones. So what we're thinking about is, like, always, how can we do better with the hardware that we do have, or with the satellites that we do have? And I would say optimizing the user experience, right? What it's like for you to be consuming that data is absolutely something we're thinking about all the time. Because the data is nothing if there's not people who are using it for all of these applications that we discussed. And some of those applications absolutely need data as quickly as possible. So when it's, for example, a disaster response scenario, you can't wait 24 hours to get the data. You want it as quickly as possible so that you can start your reaction.
Sounds great. Thanks so much. It seems like Planet has done a lot of effort to automate all of those processes. And I have a question to Vasily. Vasily, you mentioned that RCSC team is planning to replace Kassat satellites. If you could share your vision on that, what kind of satellite are you expecting it to be, and what are the advantages and disadvantages of having that?
Yeah, sure. Actually, right now, the satellites we are operating, Kassat series satellites, using the traditional Ku-band with a wide beam, with the coverage of territory of Kazakhstan and some Central Asian countries. And we are bringing services to Kazakhstan, to Kyrgyzstan, to Tajikistan. But the wide beam technology is a bit limited in throughput. It's very costly to make high throughput satellite channels using this technology. Nowadays on GSO, there is a technology, a multi-beam technology. You can make it in Ku-band, you can make it in K-band, but the K-band, as a higher frequencies, are more effective. You can have the satellite channels with throughput getting close to the fiber optics. And so when we were thinking about replacement of existing satellites and like developing of the satellite system of Kazakhstan, we decided that we should create a single satellite with a hybrid payload. We will keep the wide beam KU because only this technology can bring satellite TV, DTH, national TV broadcasting all over the territory of your country. Of course, some governmental bodies, national security agencies, they traditionally use more stable frequencies, so Q is much more better for them. But to implement data transmitting, data transfer networks, we believe that KA multi-spot beam technology will be very effective. Our operators who bring the services of, data transfer networks, they will be able to make their networks with throughputs of tenths of megabits per second.
I see. Could you please share your let's say RCSC team provides communication to operators, and how do operators provide services to consumers?
Our services?
Yeah.
Well, our main services, of course, we are bringing the satellite resource, let's say like that. Telecom operators of Kazakhstan, they take this satellite resource of our satellites, and building their networks, satellite networks. But also to make the project of rural areas I was talking about, we also have our own hub and making the satellite channels, satellite networks. This HTS technology is a thing where the owner of the satellite should own and the gateway and the hub. And this will allow us to bring the high throughput channels to the market, and even small operators will be able to just make their own networks at the places, at any places of Kazakhstan, in small villages, in small cities. I think it sounds good.
I see. Thank you very much. I have no more questions to ask our panelists. Maybe from the audience, there is anyone who would like to ask a question? Sure, go ahead. Is there any microphones that we could give to our...
Hello, everyone. Dear guests and dear speakers, my name is Alimjan Isenov. I am a professor from the Astana IT University. And my question is for Ms. Batulzi Bachun. So previously you were talking about the role of space technologies in the accelerating digitalization and access to the internet and the hard to reach areas. So are there any directions for joint projects with Kazakhstan in this field?
Thank you for the question. As I said, still there is no any, like, right now it's still on discussion, right? There's no already started project yet, but still we are talking about using also, just now I said the communication satellite, and also there's Earth observation satellite we really need. Because of this of imagery, we need more near refreshed imagery of the whole country for illegal mining or also forestation, deforestation. We also have this similar problem you have here, that forest fire and all those things. We need imagery, more information for measuring the what's going on all those years. Maybe in the future we have to prevent some problem. And we still have lack of these experiences for our country right now. So still we need to exchange some experiences with Kazakhstan government to maybe just not just for flying the satellite, or there should be also a lot of cooperation on working on the data to measure the problems and finding out what's the problem, issue, how to fix it, you know. So it's ongoing cooperation. It's not like 1-2 thing. So it might be many projects we should start. And also, our NITEC, Kazakhstan's NITEC company is also trying to work with our e-government Mongolian company, and also joint project, maybe bring whatever is here to use it in there. If it's already successful, why not use it? That's the case. We're just still discussing right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any more questions from the audience? If not, thank you very much, all the audience, dear guests, delegates, Your Excellencies, for joining us today for our panel session. And I would like to thank also our panelists, all of you. Thank you very much for sharing your valuable insights today. It's clear that space technology is not a key part of digitalization, but also a driver for future sustainable development of industries worldwide. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to seeing you in the near future.
Super mobile application Caspian is the most popular app in Kazakhstan and integral part of modern living. All our